set a time. I don't know if it's gonna have to be in December, but we might need to set a time to finish it up. And maybe that will give time for Tony to do what she needs to do also, so we can get that set
Yep.
and approved.
So we can address that under the financial management. Because I have some admin notes too that I'll be putting out once we approve the agenda. Well, I guess I can do that now in case you want to add to it. The admin note is that we set up a DC visit with the BIA at the beginning of December. That's during the TTAC time. And so I encourage all of you to attend, or those of you who can attend, to attend that meeting because of the issues that we're dealing with our BIA, but also our funding. And we know that this current government is good until January 31st. So we need to plan for anything that might come up. So I'll get the date out to you once the Hofstrasse finalizes it. And then we can discuss the scheduling on the financial management. I believe she asked for the middle part of December. Go ahead, Lyle.
Yeah, I'd like to add, with these community buildings all being pretty close to being done, there was supposed to be 1.5 million set aside for startup costs. I'd like to find out where all of that is.
Yes, the set aside funding. Are there any other additions? Go ahead, Davey.
Indirect cost employees or people under indirect cost, or is that someplace on this agenda?
You want to add indirect cost employees?
Right, if
Okay.
it's not under, if it's not under one of these.
It's not, if she's not present right now, she's in Minneapolis, Tony? Oh, okay. Okay, so do you want to add indirect cost employees?
Right,
Okay,
are everybody under indirect cost or whatever?
okay. Got it. Any other additions? If no other additions, is there a motion to approve got a motion to approve? Is there a second? Second by Blaine and Lyle.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Dave Puyer,
Yeah.
Wayne Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Huh?
6 yes, 1 not voting.
6 yes, 1 not voting, motion passed. Take a moment to review the minutes. It's in your email as well.
There's a copy to it.
And they're up here. I just want to remind the committee that at the beginning of this term, we wanted to enforce the Paper Reduction Act in order to save funding. And currently our secretary's office is out of paper, so keep in mind that, you know, we want to try to alleviate fraud, waste, and abuse. And by doing that, you were given a supply line item. I would encourage everyone to look into buying a laptop, or otherwise you can use your phone. So take a moment to review the minutes. Go ahead, Davey.
I just have a question on, did we receive anything then from Shakopee? Well, we to do.
The letter was written, and I believe the vice president at the time needed to sign off on it because the president was out. But the letter was written, Georgette? No, to Shakopee to request that 150,000 for food.
No, I apologize, about that when I was focusing on the Kiva letter that fell through the cracks, and I'll make sure to connect with Alicia about getting that going.
Okay, I believe that's time sensitive, so the
Okay.
longer we sit on it, it affects
Okay.
our tribe as a whole.
All right, I will make sure to work on that ASAP.
Motion to approve.
I don't know. The president's office is online. President, did the president write a,
You know how to turn this on? or yellow?
the president's office is online? Is anyone in their office?
Just this, but no one.
Somebody's over there.
Oh, then we're gonna take this off.
It says audio is on, but the camera. Yellow.
Okay, I'm gonna remove this office if they're not gonna respond, but I'll call.
Put on reading, or you could remove that.
Oh,
Oh, shit. Oh. Sorry. Let me
Oh,
call him.
Don't report.
Someone message him. Someone message him and tell him to get back on. We have a motion to approve the minutes. Is there a second? Oh, go ahead, Jeremy.
Was there any follow through with the long-term loans for furloughed federal employee discussion? I mean, was there,
Back to work.
are they still, I mean, they're back to work. Are we still doing that or?
Georgette,
They just went to do the research.
the motion was for you to review the possibility for federal employees to utilize the tribe's long-term loan. Was there anything done to that effect?
so I didn't draft a policy. Again, I think you can do it. You would just have to modify your loan policy. And then determine whether, I guess I would need guidance on whether you're gonna open it up to other tribal members who work for other agencies, or if it was just exclusive to the feds because of the federal furlough.
Oh, with the federal furlough being, I'm just wondering if she's still working on it, because I think we could dismiss that now.
We would have to amend the ordinance and the policy to allow for outside programs and federal employees to apply. I just want to remind the committee that our employees pay into that account, and they've built that account up. And so when we open it up, there's a possibility that all of that funding would be expended.
Mhm.
And what's the plan to have that repaid if they
Exactly.
don't fall under the tribe and we can't enforce it?
Well, see, that's why I wanted to bring it up because I wanted to dismiss it. I didn't want that to go forward.
Okay. Go ahead, Sonia.
No, if, who had their hand up?
Oh,
first?
I apologize. Go ahead, Norman. Norman, then Sonia.
I missed this meeting and I guess I shouldn't have, but I have kind of an issue when owners of dispensaries make motions concerning marijuana issues. So I don't think we should get into the habit of allowing that to happen. They should refrain from any motions concerning the marijuana business if they are owners of dispensaries. And there was a motion made by Garfield, which included the marijuana revenue. So we can't have owners discussing marijuana revenue. So I don't know if we need to make a motion today to exclude them from all talks and meetings. But I think it'd be wise if we do.
Uh, so the chair of Law and Order will respond to that because I know that was a discussion.
Yeah, so that was put into the what was it? But it was conflict of interest was put in there, for that. And we just got to make them abide by it because it's already been passed. So it was in the codes for it. And that was through EB&D. So that rolls over into every committee. So I think it'd be up to the chairman to recognize the motions. Thank you.
Okay, good catch, and I will definitely keep that in mind, and that ordinance did pass with the policy to combine all of those ordinances and resolutions. And it did state that in there, so I will definitely keep that in mind. Go ahead, Sonia, then Davy.
Yeah, my question before we approve the minutes was on the uh, dividing, I think when John came to the committee, we talked about what was left in the LEAP. I think and we did approve to divide it among the 21 tribal council representatives. I just kind of want to know where that is or what's going on with it. I know that we did all get the email from John on LEAP and the schedule that LEAP workers are going to be working on starting next week, I think it is, to meet in the districts and give out applications, apply for LEAP now that the funding, she did get the email about the funding. And because I did call her and talk to her yesterday about it because I'm having district members calling about utilities. So anyway, I just want to know what's going on with this portion. Maybe Cora could answer.
Okay, before the treasurer responds, I just want to respond to that as well. Remember, the 103,000 was going to be distributed evenly using the Buffalo, not evenly, but the Buffalo, what is it called? Buffalo formula, and by districts. So that was sent out the day the action was taken. And then also in HHS, we made a motion for the chief of staff to work with the LIHEAP to get on top of the funding, to get on top of the funding application for the grants, because the president or the government did just open up a funding availability for 3.6 million. And so we did talk about that in HHS.
Yeah, and she did do that because I think she said she did apply for that and everything went through for FY 26.
Good.
So I thought maybe she would be here to give us just a update, but it sounded like John gave us just a report on what she's going to be doing.
Right.
But she did do the FY 26 one.
Okay, go ahead, Treasurer.
Yesterday, we met at grants committee and they brought their grant. I believe this, for 2026, their funding is only like 600 and something thousand. Where normally it's over 1 million. Yeah. So, but she did have a concern about using the Buffalo method to distribute funds because they have policies as well. And they have to follow their policies and processes to be able to do distribution. So she wasn't comfortable using the Buffalo method to ensure that every district got assistance.
But I think the reason why I think was because there's the 3 larger districts got more population
Right.
than the other 6. I think
But-
that's the reason we always did that, but if they can't use it,
I think it would be a good idea to have John in here to discuss that.
is he gonna come?
He's here. We just need security to call him down.
Kind of like Blaine said earlier, you know, our people are needing help with utilities, so we need to start kind of inquiring about some of these resources.
Hold on, Norman, I have Davy, then Norman, then Craig. I believe they wanted an update to the motions that were made. And so, and also I just want to give an update. The president's office did send that letter to Shakopee for that food assistance the last week or 2 weeks ago. So it wasn't. Go ahead, Davey.
I guess on the motion of the marijuana though, that's just motioning to approve Bob Palmer's report. What I see. It's at the bottom of that third page. It says motion to approve the revenue officer's report.
Included marijuana revenue.
Yeah, that report was, I should have passed it, but it is in the original minutes what you presented.
But I'm just saying, though, the motion, I mean, that wasn't nothing to do with the revenue, I mean, the marijuana, no, it was Bob's report. Cause it says other report, other stuff too in it. I mean, that report that I remember was other revenue that came in.
Georgette,
Yes.
the question regarding the marijuana revenue ordinance, the updated one, any representative who has any relationship or has a business in the marijuana industry cannot take any action or take part in any discussion regarding marijuana. And the question is, can the council rep make a motion if it was only discussing funding regarding marijuana as far as approving
No, it wasn't marijuana only, it's the whole report.
the revenue director's report included marijuana? Does that still constitute?
A conflict of interest?
Yes.
Cause that's what this motion says down here. They're accepting Bob's report. Motion by Garfield, second by Craig Dillon, approving the OST revenue office report submitted in writing and verbally.
Does that still constitute a conflict of
I
interest?
don't know.
Georgette,
I'm apologize. I'm just sort of thinking through the question. I don't believe that it would constitute a direct conflict of interest because the vote of approving the revenue report does not extend a financial benefit to that marijuana operator or provide like a advantage for them as being part of the committee and approving that general report. I think if there was an action item based specifically to the marijuana portion of the report, then I think that there would be a conflict.
okay, I have Norman, then Craig. Go ahead, Craig.
That money up for assistance, you know, we can still put that money in each district's name and then follow the guidelines. Because every time we pool the money that comes up here or goes someplace, it disappears and the districts lose out. And it could just be something that we agree upon, that each district gets that amount of money and then whatever's left over can go back to the regular use. But when we don't earmark it or obligate it, somehow Pine Ridge gets the lion's share. And I'm not saying that to be derogatory. We all know what happens, you know? And districts go without and then everybody gets all smug about it and they act like Bob Palmer, but that's another story. No, but we got to play fair. That's the thing about it. We got to keep it fair because people go without and some people get the lion's share. And leave our motion just the way it is. The money set aside for each district, but we will follow the guidelines.
Okay,
Yeah, that's clear and simple. It doesn't need to be rocket science. We always make it harder than it is.
I believe the concern was that the director came back and said that she didn't feel comfortable doing that.
She just got to follow our direction. She's just the director. We're not superseding anything. We're making sure everybody gets a piece of the pie.
Definitely.
Parameters, you gotta follow you gotta follow all the rules if you get it. That's the key. All we're doing is earmarking a certain amount of money to go to a certain district.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so we'll leave the motion as is and we'll send a letter. I can write a letter if you want and let her know that a motion still stands. Go ahead, Norman.
I guess the only issue I have with dispensary owner making motions or anything that has to do with the word marijuana. Georgette, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, it's the appearance of that. And we're all guided by our public viewing and opinions from the public. And if you associate an owner with the money received and it being approved in committee, then they're not going to look at it like that. They're going to see the appearance of impropriety. Is that the right word, Georgette?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. But I think to protect us and to protect everybody involved, let's just not allow it to happen. And that's the safest route. I mean, we don't have to pick and choose, but we do have to protect. Yeah, when it comes up, we can, they have to remove themselves from it. They do not have to be recognized. They do not have to be called on to vote on. Because even a not voting, if it's a tie, or it's, will account for the majority of the votes. So even an abstain would be the best way to go. Thank you.
Go ahead, Sonia.
So to follow up with that question that Norman has, who's all the dispensaries owners in this circle? You know, we have Cubby, Garfield, and James. So those three are the dispensary owners. So I think when the time comes and they're making motions or seconding, then I think the council needs to bring it up, say it. Because a lot of times they're not going to do it. They're not going to say, oh, this is a conflict of interest for me. I shouldn't vote on it. You know, so it has to be council kind of calling them on it. You know, so, but we all know in the circle, those are the three dispensary owners.
Okay, I think we have our agreement. And also in that, I believe in that ordinance, it says if your relation to the owner as well. So, right. So do we still have a motion to approve the agenda? I can pull it up. Give me 1 second. Hmm.
Immediate.
Okay. Yeah. We can, I can work with Georgette. We can do the research and get it out to you via email. Okay. Okay. All right, so we have a motion to approve. We have a second.
What's the second part?
Is there a second to approve the agenda? Approve, a second? Is there a second to approve the minutes?
Jeremy, come back. Jeremy, come back.
Okay, run the vote.
Okay,
Yes. This is to approve the minutes.
after lengthy discussion. Yeah.
No, that's good though, because that shows that you're paying in mind of what decisions are being made and you're reading what's being passed. Go.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Old Little White Man, Craig Dillon, Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Dave Puyer, Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Huh?
7 yes, 1 not voting.
7 yes, 1 not voting, motion passed. Okay, so we have OST revenue projections. This is the report that we all needed in order to move forward with the general fund budget. Go ahead. Just, oh yes, did you email it or do we have a copy of it? Okay,
Yeah, I got it.
so just introduce yourself for the record and go
Okay.
ahead.
Hi, good morning, Bob Palmer, Revenue Director. You guys asked for the projections on, the way we used to do it, Sonia, right? And so I put that report together, and, I also included 2025 in the actuals for the period ending, October 31st. And they look like this. You don't, it should be in your pocket. And I guess I'd just take questions. Okay.
Wait, possible, I guess you got some paper. You want me 12, get front and back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Couple minutes.
Hold your thought.
Okay.
Get a copy.
But the Bureau isn't giving revenue any information anymore. And I don't know how to approach the superintendent because she ain't gonna understand what we're talking about. You know, because that's a lot of income, because since the buyback, there's more tribal ground. And then that would help, because right now, general fund is putting a bill on all those off-reservation tribal members that has passed on. But that ordinance is still there, but, so I don't know if we have to update it or how we go about getting that information. Anybody have any?
So, like I stated earlier, and I'll let you respond. We have a meeting scheduled because we understand that our local office is not responding the way we need them to. The only thing with Washington DC is that we have to write up a letter basically requesting why we want to meet with them. They're the only government there that has our tribes having to put in a request to meet with them and have to provide a letter of why we want to meet with them. So we have the letter written, Hofstrass wrote it, so we plan to move to DC to bring those points, and that was one of the points that were brought up as well in that letter. And I don't recall the dates, it's during around the TTAC time. What are the dates for that? No, not March, in December.
Where?
So, and once we get those dates, I would encourage,
Not the it's not execution fees. That's probably what you put in your letter. This is a different fee. And it's an old ordinance. It's been there for what?
Since the 70s?
Yeah. And so there's some lot of things that the Bureau's not following, and that probably all has to be in that letter. Because there is an ordinance also. Like, if I sell to Craig or Craig sells to me on property, there's a 3% fee that's collected, and that's supposed to come to the tribe, to the general fund. That don't happen. There's a fee that I don't know if they still collect it because I don't have a farm pasture lease. That's a fee. Because back in the day, Dorothy Tobacco used to work in that position, and it's a tribal, it's used for tribal funds. So then she got a BIA position. So then, but they still collect that fee. Where is that money going? It should be coming to the tribe, not to BIA to use it as a slush fund.
are you done, Davy?
Yeah, yes, but see, that's why we have to go someplace to work this out because we're owed all these funds and we're having a hard time too. Thanks.
Okay. Did you want to respond? And then Sonia.
Yeah, so like Dave said, we did talk about this and back in the, I don't know, it was amended maybe in the 80s or early 90s to raise it. So it's 60 cents an acre for farm that you lease, 40 cents for meadow hay, and 30 cents for grass. And so that's comes from the realty department, that listing. And we ask for it based on our ability to assess the tax on these individuals that are leasing, being non-members. We don't get that list like that. These, for the most part, are 5-year leases, but they don't work like the land operations contracts in the range units, because those all come due at one time pretty much. And jump in if I'm wrong, but, and so we get a list of those. Those are the ranchers that lease grazing acres. And we don't have a whole bunch of those anymore, maybe less than 10. And so that number dropped, and I'm glad Dave brought that up. I was hoping somebody would notice on my projections that I dropped this. This isn't what's due to the tribe, these are projections. Also, back in the day when we were doing okay on collecting this, there was a stipulation in the contract, and it actually had a name that you had to sign saying that I know there's taxes and I will pay these taxes to the tribe. It was called Stipulation J. And that's no longer in these contracts. And the other thing I talked to Dave about was the payment of these taxes. These guys come in, they sign their contracts for the lease. They pay their lease up front. We should require they do the same thing on these land use taxes. But we need to get back, and if we're going to go to the Bureau, put that in there, the Stipulation J and the upfront payment on the taxes that would be due.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sonia.
You know, it really sounds like there's some things like this that are, we don't really know what's going on with the funds or where it's happening, because, you know, for 2025, Bob projected to saying we might get 30,000 from land use tax. But as of 10/31, we only collected 12,538.30. So we're still, all we did was get, and he has a 2025 variance of 17,461.70. So I think we should really look at that, like they're saying with that Stipulation J. But I think, you know, people like Davey and maybe Bob, you know, maybe really need to think about attending these meetings in DC so that they can explain to the BIA what we're asking for, and that we know that these things were in place, but we need to gather our information and documentation as to where does it say that at, because they're going to ask for it. So we need, hopefully we can do that, you know, for December, but I'm really hoping, like Davey being in there this long, you know, with the land, part of it, he knows some of these things. And so I think with his help and with Bob's, maybe that's something that can be looked at, because that's revenue coming back to the tribe. So I really hope we can think about that.
Go ahead, Lyle.
So, Bob, with you said before it used to be in the contracts? Who took it out?
I don't know, and I didn't, like, we visited about that. We're both sitting in a waiting room at the hospital, but I don't know who took it out. And I didn't bring up that day that we even had one of these guys challenge their invoice from us saying there's no contractual obligation for him to pay that. I mean, and he's probably right, because it used to be in there, but it's not there now. But it wasn't the tribe. It wasn't anybody from the tribe, I can tell you that. And so it had to happen over there where they actually issued the contracts to get them signed.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Davey.
On go to land operation. The execution fees. And what they told, and I didn't know they changed it when one of the lawyers said they changed. It used to be 3% of your bill or not to exceed $500. So according to Tony, the Bureau's still collecting that. And the superintendent went and told her, we can use that to buy computers, I mean, more or less use it as a slush fund. Well, why is the Bureau creating a slush fund? That's money, because we pay for the Jolene Trueblood's position, out of execution fees, we pay for the allocation committees, stipends, mileage, or whatever. But all that's coming out of general fund when if they're gonna keep it as a slush fund, we might as well give it back to the rancher because the Bureau's keeping it, because we ain't getting it. And it usually runs about by 100 to 150,000 a year. And then, but we haven't got it since, I think Tony said 22. Oh, no, we got 23 and 24, 19 to 22, we never got anything. So, where to go? They don't even know.
The treasurer is gonna respond.
Yeah.
There was actually a change in policy, I believe it was in 2024, that said that it was at the discretion of the BIA if they wanted to give it back to the tribe or not. There was no consultation, that was just a decision by BIA or DOI or whoever. And that was, yeah, it wasn't a law, it was just a policy revision.
If I may,
Demand them to give it to you.
Okay. And I'll recognize your motion. I'll recognize your motion, and the Georgette's gonna respond. Go ahead, Georgette.
so, like Cora said, it was a national policy memo. It was first issued, it looks like, in 2023, and they extended it, and it was clarification of 25 USC where it said the Secretary of Interior can do fees to cover the cost of any and all work performed for Indian tribes or individual Indians to be paid by vendees, leases, or assignees or deducted from the proceeds of sales. So
that's the memo we need to contest.
And they already get money to do a damn job. Why are we having to pay them again?
Yep.
That this is theft. There's no other name for it. They make a wage to do a job to work for the tribes, right? And that's their whole operation, is that they work with and for the tribes. Now, all of a sudden, they're charging us again, stealing money from us. We didn't agree to this. And there was no consultation, nothing. And I know Cora's mad because she's really looking mean at that phone right now. My motion is that we have Steve Gunn, Jennifer Hughes, and Sonia Weston write a memo, or start the process to contest this latest thing we just found out here, because I didn't know it. And I've been on the land committee forever. And to me, that's another sneaky way of the BIA getting more money from the tribes than they need to, because they're already paid individuals.
Yep, and the treasurer would like to recommend.
Yep.
I think you should request or send that letter also to the STAC for DOI, the STAC chair, Whitney Gravel.
I don't know who that is, but it sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, that way they can prioritize it.
Yeah, we need to prioritize it because in my opinion anyway, I'm no professional, but Sonia was going to second my motion, so I figure it's good, is that we really need to address this sooner the better, because this came in under the guidelines. You know what I mean? Somebody pulled the wool over our eyes again.
And you should probably include all the funds collected.
Every
in
dollar
writing.
that they owe us, because we didn't agree to that.
Can we call for the secretary? So the motion is to have Steve Gunn, Jennifer Hughes start the process to contest the national policy memo of 2023 by the BIA and send a letter to STAC at DOI to include all funds collected.
And we're basing on this, that there was no consultation with the tribes that I know of. And the fact that they get paid to do a job, why in the hell are we get paying them again?
Okay. Do you have a secretary back there that can help you, Lynn?
No, Lynn's on her own.
Ed, he did message me. He said he's gonna be late. He is at the elderly's meeting in Piawachoni. That's going on today. So we have a motion, Lynn. We're waiting till you get your documents there. Yep. Okay. And no consultation. There was no consultation. Okay, Lynn. This is the motion. To have Steve Gunn, Jennifer Hughes, start the process to contest the national policy memo by BIA in 2023 due to no consultation. And send a letter to STAC at DOI to include all recovery of funds.
Who's that?
Yep, STAC.
And
Collected
DOI?
at DOI,
Oh, at.
to include all recovery of funds collected.
And that letter will be done by Georgette?
I believe they wanted Steve Gunn and Jennifer Hughes to
Oh,
draft that letter.
Yeah.
And who was the second?
I believe Sonia was the second.
Our president and carry that.
Okay.
I think it's a great idea to include the revenue director.
So just, maybe it wouldn't be, because I never see any of those. We don't collect those. Those are done internally at the BIA, and then when they were paid to the tribe, it was done through, their, wire transfer clearinghouse process.
Maybe provide some comments.
I
then.
could, I
Okay.
mean, not that, but that part of it, and
Yeah,
so,
okay. Yep,
yep.
okay.
And then language in those contracts, I think, too,
Yeah.
needs to be addressed.
So your comments will be good. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Run the vote.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Craig Dillon,
Yes,
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Dave Puyer,
Yeah.
Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. Oops. 1, 2, 3. 6 yes, 2 not voting.
6 yes, 2 not voting. Motion passed. Go ahead, Norman.
Just a question on the side. Georgette,
Yes,
when you're corresponding with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, do you make them aware of what their original intent was and their responsibility? How often are they told of the history of why they exist and what they're supposed to be responsible for? Or does that ever come up in you guys' conversation? Because I think modern day America, they kind of forgot why they are here.
So I think that when we correspond with the BIA, just the way that case law has gone, we do try to point out the regulation or the law that we believe creates the obligation.
Do you know the original intent of the Bureau of Indian Affairs?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I guess, anything else? On there, okay.
I don't see the projections for the marijuana revenue.
I didn't include that because.
It was a
doesn't-
banner year, man.
Yeah, it doesn't go into the general fund. These are general fund projections.
Go ahead, Davey.
I'm just, the rent, is that program use rent or what is that? That 680,000.
So rent is probably one of the easier ones to project. We only collect rent from certain places. Golden West over at Billy Mills Hall, our dialysis centers, and the biggie is from buoys. And so this one's short this year, and it's because things happened during the past year where buoys withheld some of that for some tribal obligations other than tribal programs. The tribal programs that don't pay, it's deducted and they pay us. I included that. But it's basically those are I might be forgetting one of the places we collect rent from, but they're on rental agreements, contracts already, a set amount. And so that was one of the easier ones to project.
How about Pine Ridge Building Products?
We don't own that.
Huh?
No, we don't own that. There was some sort of purchase agreement with, what's the guy's name? Ernie Abold years ago, and then he turned around and sold it to the current owner.
You mean, how, we sold the building outright without a bid or anything?
Not anymore. He sold it. It was his.
No, it was a tribal,
It was the
it
tribe
was
at
a
one
tribal
time.
facility.
But I don't know if what I didn't have, I just remember things that happened. And one of them was before he could buy it, we had to divert or take out a water main that was located in one of those buildings. It was in there so it wouldn't freeze. This might have been in the 90s, but we had to have some plan to divert that water control valve in there and get it out of there before he could take ownership. And I don't have any documentation. I'm going off of my memory, which isn't as good as it was then, but and that had something to do with it because that main valve for that side of town was in one of those buildings and it's been removed. I know that because I asked the current owner about that too. And I said, the revenue didn't have anything to do with this. I would have went through property back then. But no, we don't own that. And we've never generated income from that through rent, as far as I can remember.
Because the reason I bring some of that up, not picking on that place, but I remember one time when Johnson Holy Rock was the 5th member, and some leases went to him for programs for these sites. And he said the programs get money for that. So the programs should be renting these lots wherever they're set up, like WIA right across the street, in all these places, they should be paying, but we're giving it. So they should be paying. That's what Mr. Holy Rock said at that time. I always remember that, but thank you.
So I think I mean, you state clearly that this is why we need to stay abreast of what decisions were being made. And when it comes to finances, stay on top of what's being sold from the tribe, I guess, and property had to do with that. You stated that Bowie did not pay rent due to some issues that happened in the past year. Can you be specific on that?
Cora, can you help me?
Earlier in the year, we had the, summer food program that I'm sure you all remember. That's kind of hard to forget. So they didn't pay rent during the time, I believe it was 4 months, that it took us to pay them back. And then after that and prior to that, the, programs, some of them, have bills that are over 90 days, and if they're over 90 days, then they deduct that from the rent, because that was agreed to in their contract. Once they deduct that from the rent, at one point, we got like $12,000. That was right? 12,000 for our monthly payment of rent from them. So what Bob does is if their bill is deducted from our rent, then he bills the program to pay revenue back for that rent, because that was their bill in the first place. And I did ask the chief of staff to make sure that programs are paying their bills timely, so it's not deducted from the rent. I think this last month there was only what, 160?
Less than 500 that was deducted.
Yeah.
And so the monthly total is 52,500, right? No. Rent, yes. And so our check this month was pretty darn close to a full amount, so. I also complain over to property and the director of the programs that don't pay us and ask that they not be issued a new purchase order to keep charging until they clear it up, so we kind of have them in check.
Real quick, this is
Is there any
Georgette.
kind of proof-
Oh, sorry.
Is there any kind of proof that they're paid, that they submitted before they submit for another voucher or whatever? A consult?
We get a check directly in revenue from the
I
program.
mean, before another one's issued, if they still owe over there, then you go get another one.
I don't know what the exact process is over there, but it used to, when we first started cutting them off, they would take a copy of the check over the property and say, we took care of it.
Okay, go ahead, Georgette.
Oh, all I was gonna do is just say, according to my notes, Bowie withheld his rent in the months of February, March, April, and May for a total of 210,000.
Okay. Go ahead.
My answer is, I don't know. Because I don't know what we owed him, and I don't see that part of it in my office, but I see what comes in. And I see the notations of why it was deducted and so for instance, if it was a program, that comes along with the statement with the check. And it gives us an explanation, and sometimes we even get the receipt copies of the charge that wasn't paid. I still think we need to get a better working relationship with their business office over there. And when I say that, I mean, I've tried to say programs, you list names of people who are authorized to charge property supply, you put those names on the purchase order. Buoys, you put down the name and look at an ID of the person coming in to charge. Because we've had people leave a program and then go charge up $500 worth of groceries a couple of weeks after they're terminated or left or whatever. But we tried to get a better control by actually looking at IDs over there.
Go ahead, Norman.
I know it's just a report on our revenue projections, but going into whole is kind of part of that issue. So I think we need to make someone responsible for if that happens. The program, who they allow to go over there. and put it back on the directors' heads. If they're allowing people to go credit from Bowie, they have to be responsible. And if they don't pay it, then that's Bowie's loss. He shouldn't allow them to do that. And you're right, everybody should have a name and a permission slip to get it done. If not, let's quit doing that business.
Just for the record too, and I'm asking, I want to require Bowie's identify our purchase order number. That gives them permission to charge to this guy based on the program's approval. And that hasn't been done. They couldn't tie some of these charges when we first started back to an originating purchase order number that we said, yeah, okay, we're going to authorize you to charge based on this purchase order number. And a new one is given number purchase order every month. And so there should be some requirement on Bowie saying you gave us this purchase order, which means you authorize us to charge. But they couldn't tie it to a specific number in the beginning. So we're tightening up on it. It's getting there, but the mechanism's in place.
So the treasurer wants to respond, and then I have Craig, Sonia, then Lyle.
Chuck has actually required them to put specific names of who's authorized on every purchase order. And Bob did send a couple people over there to have them see if they actually check IDs. So, yeah. So,
Nope. I sent one of my day laborers over there from the front door and they got to charge, so. That was a couple years ago during COVID.
Just introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Chuck Ross, Property and Supply Director. With what you guys are discussing on that is, as of right now at Bowie's, they do check your IDs. I went over there yesterday to do something and I forgot my wallet in my backpack and they didn't let me charge. So I'm pretty sure that they're doing that with everybody. I remind them that every time I go over there. There, Pine Ridge Oil, Big Bats, everywhere we have accounts. We have all their names on there, who can charge. It's up to the directors to remove names when people leave. So I agree with what you guys are saying, that if, that needs to come back on the director. If they're not keeping track of their business, they need to be held responsible for those.
Okay, go ahead, Craig.
I was gonna make a motion that we set up a process where all the bullshit stops. Because it sounds to me like if you're fired or you quit, you still have a few days there to go screw around. And we should put that back on the directors, and maybe we need the chief of staff to, at his next directors meeting, to hold them directors accountable for what's going on there. We can't hold Property and Supply accountable because he isn't part of that. It's the directors that are part of it. So my motion will be that we have the chief of staff set up a process and that will hold the directors accountable for anybody who's charging over there without authorization.
You want directors or programs?
Program directors.
Program directors.
If they have a charge account over there, they're responsible for that account. And
So
it
we have
should
a
be up to
motion.
them. They get good money to do their jobs. It should be up to them. The tribe shouldn't bail them out because they make a screw up,
So we have a motion, and then I still have in line Sonia, and then Lyle.
I do have two questions. And I do agree that when you do those requisitions for purchase orders, I do know that when, for one, water maintenance, we would always just list the authorized employees on the requisition. So when they do the purchase order, they put that on the purchase order. So when that person is going to go pick up something at Bowie's, we have a little slip there that we would sign for them saying they're authorized to go get that. And then they would take it to Bowie's and utilize that in order to get it. But if they're doing IDs, fine, that's good. But we would do it that way, just knowing that as a former director, we would kind of keep on top of it. And then we had not to exceed a certain amount on that purchase order. So they can't, we keep a track of it, cup account. Just keep track that we don't go over that purchase order amount. So again, there's a process that I think that we did in the program. So I think it's good to just remind the program directors that they have to have this in place so that it don't come back on the tribe, like Craig is saying, you know, so I think that will help. Just to remind them, I know they're gonna get defensive, some of them, but no, we just gotta make sure they understand that this is happening, so we have to make sure we're not going in a way where the tribe has to get affected, like Bob is saying, you know, programs don't pay, comes out of the tribe. So I think just that question I had. The other, a comment I had, the other question I had for Bob is looking at a question on the contractors excise tax and the bond surplus sales tax. I have a note on our bonds from the tribal court. Where is that listed ever? Where do we have something? I know it's probably in our, is it general fund? But who keeps track of all our bonds that people are paying into the court and coming over to the Bob revenue? Do we have a running balance of how much money we collected on bonds? That's my question to you, because if that's the bond, that has to be something different, bond surplus. But I want to know what's going on with the bonds that people are paying into the court, because all those come to Bob. And so I just want to make sure that if we could get that listed somewhere, because that's not really actually revenue, but it is revenue if you think about it, until that court case is adjudicated. Then that person gets their bond back. But if they don't go to court and they don't do any of that, they lose their bond. So that bond is still sitting within the revenue office. So that's kind of my question to you. Who's keeping track of that part of it through the court? I know they give it to you, so I want to know if you got something in place for that. That's one of my questions there. I also have that question with the contractors excise tax. I know contractors pay the tariff fee, 4%, but what is that one pay? Or what is that contractors excise tax? Could you explain it to us?
Yep, I'll start with that one and I'll go to the bond. So the contractor's excise tax is actually part of our state collection agreement, like our sales tax. There's a 2% tax on construction realty improvement contracts. So not, if I'm gonna go and work with special ed kids, I have a contract, that's not one of the ones that is included. Ooh. And so that's the contract. So that's paid to the state at 2%, and then we get that back. It's only on the prime contractors. And so that was a big number this year because we have a lot of construction projects. Now I usually work with Taro. They didn't have a director, so there's nothing in there as a projection for last year. And it's kind of slipped my mind, but I did contact Philip and told him that you guys were going to be asking for this. You guys got to let me take this as my school here.
So regarding Taro, Philip did state that it'll be close to 6 million.
Hey, I'm in a meeting. Can I call you?
Yep.
I got to call you back.
So
Okay, bye.
yeah,
And so that was a little higher. I mean, this road project was a big part of it. Our community buildings, depending on the progress, and that's hard to project because we don't know. And it's even more complicated listing some of the districts who's asking for more money to start construction and whatever. So those, we're not sure. And then on top of that, some of them waived their tariff fee. So it's really difficult. So that's what that is. And, okay, now this bond surplus listed on here is from our sales tax after we make our annual payments to the revenue bonds that they're loans at the Bank of Oklahoma. And so that comes every year, September 30th is the end of our year where we pay those off, and any excess over our, the debt that we owe to the bonds for that year, we get back. And so that's that. Now, the bonds at the court, I talked to Bo on the other day about some law and order stuff, and if you guys wanted me to come to law and order, that's an issue that we need to fix something there. Now, I had a lady come to my door 2 weeks ago and says, here's my receipt from the court. It's got a picture of the money order. At the top, it says OST Tribal Court official receipt. She went to her hearing. The judge says, okay, refund bond. So she goes out there and asks the process, and they say, bring your receipt. So she goes home to Manderson, gets that receipt, takes it back to court, and court tells her, oh, no, we don't take this. We want a receipt from revenue. And so she comes to revenue, and I tell her, we can't give you a receipt because we didn't get your money order yet. It's okay. Yeah. And so I propose a solution to Bo, and if we can get that through law and order, because I worked at the court for a little while. You go to your hearing, the judge sitting up there, you got clerks. When the judge says refund bond, they do an entry. It's called a minute entry. And it says, judge says refund bond, less $25 court case. If I have to do a voucher, and we did them in loans, we could do a voucher in 30 seconds. Why don't we do a voucher right there for your bond refund? Then we wouldn't be sitting here a year and a half later saying, hey, I'm supposed to have my bond back.
Yeah.
You know, and there's got to be an easier process. I got a ticket up in Sturgis. I went to court. The judge says, go out to the clerk, get your bond money back. There's got to be a way to speed this up, and they shouldn't have to jump back and forth between here and revenue. We don't do that. We don't know what they said out there. If they bring us your money order, we'll have a record of it. I don't know why they need our receipt when they issue one off of their system with a copy of their money order right there. I mean, it's a big hassle for our people to go back and forth trying to get their money back. I mean, they probably borrowed the money to get out in the first place. You know?
So in other words, you'll come to Law and Order Committee and meet with the committee on the process of this bond. I really think that we need to do that because I too, about 3 weeks ago, got my bond back. And because I paid someone's bond, but and the court administrator said, could you bring me a copy of your money order? I said, hey, you guys should have a copy of it. I said, because I'm going to have to go back and look for my receipt, but you guys should have a copy of the money order. You got the original. And later on, he calls me back and he said, yeah, oh, okay, we found it. So we'll get it to you to get my bond back, you know. And so this is after kind of getting on them, you know. So I really think we do need to deal with this in Law and Order, Bob. But if we can take that to Law and Order Committee, I think there's other things that came up on that. I think Lyle's probably going to talk about it. But we do really need to get something set in stone here for you, so make it easier for people to get their bond back. I do agree with that. That's one of the questions. The other question I have is the right to work non-educational. Is that the right to work fee, Cora, for the employees that we're talking about?
Yeah.
It looks like we brought in about $1 million. We have million, where you have 1031.25, $1,262,716. That we brought in as of October.
At
And
October
so,
1st, yes.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we have. It probably will go up a little bit because November, you didn't count November in there. But it's still, I'm just looking at that, and there's some things that might come up on that. I know Cora talked with me about it, but I think that's something that I think Finance Committee needs to review and look at with the attorney, just to make sure we're doing things correctly. So I wanted just to make sure that's what we had as a right to work, the employee side of it, not the educational. Okay, so those are my questions, but yes, Bo could chime in whenever you call on him, but yeah, the bond from the court is a concern.
So I just want to remind the committee, our court administrator did present a plan in Law and Order, and I believe he is going to be working with Bob in regards to that. And I also messaged him because he's supposed to be here today for the negotiations as well. So just want to make you aware of that. I have Lyle and then Bo.
Go ahead and run Craig's motion, and then I'll go after that.
Okay, so we have a motion. We did not get a second. Can you read the motion?
Yes. Develop a
Live
process.
Oh, and Dave. I'm paying very much attention. Thank you.
Nope.
Run the motion.
Okay, Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man. Craig Dillon. Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Dave Puyer. Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, 7 yes, 1 not voting.
7 yes, 1 not voting, motion passed. Okay, go ahead, Lyle, then Bo.
So Bob, you mentioned earlier that Bowie wasn't complying with us, for purchase order numbers?
That's not exactly what I said. I asked that there be a little more compliance in referencing purchase order number to the bill when you're billing us.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Do you
And so
need a
if you're
motion for that?
withholding from our check, at least reference a purchase order number that says, hey, you guys authorized me to charge with this purchase order number between the first of this month to the end of the month, and they didn't pay, so we're deducting it. And that's basically what I'm asking. So when Sonia was saying that they used to issue a slip with that person's name on there and everything, maybe we actually put that purchase order number on. I mean, it would clear up a whole bunch of stuff because that purchase order obligates the tribe to pay the bill.
I'll make that motion to add that for that process.
To the requisition.
So it'll ease the process between revenue and Bowie's.
It should be.
Well, if they're gonna deduct from us, reference that number that authorized them to charge at that time. Yeah.
Property would be the one to tell them to do that, because you're gonna get the last payment to reference.
Would it need to be like a specific form to do that? So it'll be all on the same page?
Well, before Chuck came and we were running into this problem, I was saying, actually, every time you charge, you take copy of that purchase order that authorizes you to charge for that month.
Right.
I mean, and it's a copy, it's a number. Buoys can attach it. They have the ability in their billing system to put that number in there. And they don't do it. And I've seen where it even said purchase order number and it was blank. So if we knew a number, we could tie it back, say this guy was authorized to charge, this obligates the tribe to pay that bill.
Yeah.
So and I thought we was having a working session to work with Bowie on that already. Okay.
So,
Jamie Watchorn.
I just have a
Right.
question. Would that have anything to do with the contract, Georgette?
With the contract with Bowie?
Yes.
No, I can double check the contract. I don't think those APs are specific with that, with his rental contract. It would be. And I can double check, but I don't recall that being in his contract that I have.
Go ahead.
So Georgette, and this is Bob, but you're right. It doesn't specifically say that, but the next time we sign a contract, it should go into a little more detail where it allows him to withhold these funds based on non-payment. I mean, I think the tribe should at least have the right to be able to look at what you're charging us as a non-payment and tie it back to those original authorizations being a purchase order.
Yes, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, because it's pretty vague in that contract.
Lyle, can you restate your motion?
That's why he screws us all.
It could be program, put staff to do that, because program directors, that's what I would recommend.
So Bob, Bob stated it the best, what he needed. Can you make that motion? Yeah, yeah. Help, or I should say, help me make that motion.
To have the, or restate it, Bob?
I just would like, and then you can throw words in there, but the authorization for a charge should be accompanied by a purchase order number if they're going to withhold money from the tribe. Not with the purchase order number, though. Did they start putting them on there? Okay, so they must have started, but this is, like I said before Chuck came in and we wanted these purchase orders, so maybe it's happening now. And it could be because our deductions are, like I said, only $500 now.
So we'll still carry through with the motion. That way it'll be in place, you know, just in case they try to change their mind or whatever.
Okay, go ahead, Chuck.
And then with that, with the PO number and the invoice numbers being on there, the programs have the option, and they should all do this, because this is what I do with mine. She will email you the invoice. As soon as you make your purchase and it comes through that cash register, about 2 minutes later, you get an email that has that invoice on it. That's already in process, so. Yep. If they signed up for that.
Yeah.
So you still want to move forward with that motion? And the treasurer want to respond?
No, not respond, but I wanted to recommend when they come back for renewal, we should already be ready with our own management.
Yeah.
But if we're not, we need to make sure that he doesn't try to add his other stores in. Because at the beginning of this contract, he tried to add in Wombly, Martin, and another one. But the only ones that were in the contract were the Pine Ridge Buoys and Pine Ridge Hardware. So make sure you keep an eye on that if you guys do it again.
Good point. So we have a motion. Is there a second? Craig, second? We're gonna vote.
Can you repeat the last part? It says authorization for a charge should include the purchase order number and invoice number when trying to,
When deducting money from the tribe,
or when deducting.
from the tribes, right? Be specific. Is that good enough?
Yes, that's my motion.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, run the vote.
Not specifically to Bowie. Heck. Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Craig Dillon, Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Dave Poyer, Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, 7 yes, 1 not voting.
7 yes, 1 not voting. Motion passed. Go ahead, Bo. Use your mic.
We talked about that yesterday already, with the bonds. And that's what he told us, is that he was working with Bob on a better way, so.
Who's working with me?
Casey, that's what he stated to the committee yesterday.
Well, I was telling Sonia, oh, sorry, Chair, if I may. I was telling Sonia that I put down all those notes and that we're gonna, bring him in for that item on the next Law and Order meeting. Specifically for that.
So just to add, yes, we have been working with him, but it was more trying to avoid the problems that we're having with people coming to revenue unnecessarily. They have the ability to do their own receipts. They collect the money order there. There should be no reason that it needs to be verified with revenue. And in some cases, we don't get the money orders yet, like with this young lady from Anderson. So just to be fair and upfront, the money order did come, but not till she was already gone. We got it probably Monday of this week. We get them not on a scheduled basis. And so also in some of the ones that came Monday, there were money orders from 2024 still. So there's got to be, yep,
Well, I
And-
think this discussion will be had in Law and Order,
okay,
to include the court administrator, because that's who is gonna bring those changes. So no, you guys expended all of our meeting funds, so lunch is on your own. Are there any further questions for the revenue director? Go ahead.
just one thing, I just want you to know these are projections that we did, and the collections, the actual collections are things that came to my office, not things that went to the bank through a EFT transfer. I don't see all of those all the time. So these are actually what came in and we received in revenue. Okay, just clarification.
I did have one question, donations. Is that anywhere else? I know that's not a projection, but I know we received
Yeah,
donations.
I gave you a report last week or with the treasurer's report, and then that one I gave 2 weeks ago, it's on there, the donations, and they do come to our office, but they do not go into the general fund. They have their own bank account, which is why they're not on this list. Okay,
Most donations that come in have stipulations to be used for certain programs or certain projects.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Did you have your hand raised, Norman? Go ahead. Go in second.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Craig Dillon, Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Dave Puyer, Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. 7 yes, 1 not voting.
7 yes, 1 not voting, motion passed. Thank you, Bob. Okay, so next we have Microix, and the discussion was the modules for MIP on the funding account and the timesheet, everything, we were talking about going digital, utilizing the MIP to its full capacity, and also basically going electronic in better terms. So Microix, are they online yet? Let me see. Give me 1 second so we can get on here. Committee, take 5 minutes so we can get a hold of the representatives or the presenters. 5 minutes. Just 5. 11:50, be back.
Recording stopped.
You need the Jeopardy timer, that music that plays.
No, that's not lunch. I said, give me 5 minutes so I can get the presenters.
Hey, Georgette, this is Alicia. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hey, who's hosting that meeting on Monday?
It's with the Kiva Institute and Tony was, I don't know if Tony's the lead on it.
Okay, we don't know if it's a committee.
I don't believe it's a committee. Sonia, do you know? Or, I mean,
Okay, so, because if we set up a Zoom, we'll need all the equipment out there because you can only operate the Zoom with the equipment like effectively and efficiently.
yeah.
Because I was gonna respond, I saw your email and I'll respond to Olivia, but didn't she just say her proxy could meet on Tuesday?
Yeah, on Tuesday.
Tuesday's council.
Oh gosh. And I mean, both days they're meeting over there.
So we won't be able to have it, if preferably, I'll respond to Olivia and tell her preferably if they can meet on Monday. We'll try to get a Zoom up and going, but we'll need the system, so I'll try to figure that out.
Yeah. Gosh, when I wrote that letter, my brain didn't even connect that that was council. To offer him the 26th.
I'll just tell her we can only do the 25th, because unless Tony's gonna bring him out to council on the Tuesday, the Mubska guy. Because the meeting's on Monday and Tuesday. So, well, I'll just see if because our Zoom won't work without the system. Well, you can't hear people.
And I assume you only have one system, so that system would be being used for council on Tuesday, right?
Yep.
So, okay.
Olivia said she could have a proxy on Tuesday. I know.
And the question is, who's funding it? IDC is paying for it? Okay.
Altogether, I can't remember. I signed the thing yesterday though. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'll figure it out, Georgette, and I will try to see if they can join on Monday so we can get the system out there. But I know Ed's happening on Monday, but I don't think Ed ever takes the system. So I'll try to figure it out, Georgette. I'll keep you posted.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
So I will call the meeting back to order. We cannot get a hold of McCroy. They were gonna do a presentation on timesheet modules and also the requisition and purchase order for the quick start. Or on the quick start on the MIP. So we will pause until Chuck can get a hold of them. Go ahead. Yes.
So, good morning again. I wanted to go over some of that, no, I think we sent, I don't know if they forwarded out to all of you, but, the company did send some, some, PowerPoint things on this message here, and we should be able to look at those, go through them. The requisition process thing is something that we really need to try to do this because it's gonna cut down on all this excess paperwork. Just like I was discussing with Norman this morning, yesterday or 2 days ago, I was back there digging around through boxes trying to find papers again. And, that's really getting old when we could have just opened up a computer, typed in that info, printed out the thing, and it would have been over with and we wouldn't have to be searching for things like that. But I think that the major thing is the cost. And I'm not sure how much that is yet because that lady was she didn't include that on here. She was gonna tell us after she finished this, but maybe I'll just email them and get all that info and the cost to utilize the that module, the requisition module and all of that. Because we already have it, but it's not activated. So we have to pay, I think it wasn't that much. It was something like $1,400 like 3 years ago for a month. Every month it was that much to be able to utilize that system.
I think we are paying for it.
Use your mic.
I think we are paying for it. It was being paid, Melanie purchased it way back when. And, we were told we were only waiting for policies from IT and property and supply to start. Because they did all the training for the staff already. So we were just waiting on the policies.
So what I got was from, I forwarded you the policy I did for the electronic signatures. I sent that to legal to have them look at it to see if they need to change the words or whatever, make it more appropriate. I think that's the only thing we really need to change. Because everything else, it's still procurement. It doesn't say electronic or handwritten or anything in the manuals. So we're still doing the same thing. It's just on that. And the only thing that we have to authorize is how do we collect everybody's signature to put in that system. And that was something that I was discussing with Will, and he's gonna, we need to figure out how to do that. So
Will, who's the new IT?
it's still Will.
He still Will?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's out right now because his mom is very ill. So he's with her in Rapid City because he's her primary care person.
Okay.
And then Dwayne, did you send that to Lisa at finance or who at finance? In legal, why am I saying finance?
Yeah, I sent it to Lisa and she said she was gonna forward it on to someone. I don't know who she forwarded it on to. But if she get it to you on the sections I sent, I highlighted some in yellow. Those are the ones that I wasn't really positive on that we really need to, and both of those have to do with IT putting, collecting those signatures. And then are we going to, just do internal electronic signatures? Or are we going to allow outside entities to get into our system and sign? And that's not a good idea. So, but we need to address that.
So I have Norman.
So it looks like everything's in place. Except for putting it in place. So would January 1st be too soon for you to have it up and running? But that's with approval of council. I mean, I'm speaking on my own behalf, but would that be sufficient time for you to have everything in place, working with IT and get all the kinks out of it?
So, what I wanted to do if we get it approved was I wanted to start with property. Let's get all of property's codes in there. Well, we need all the financial codes sent to that Wheeler guy to put them in there. Once we get that, we can start training people on there. Most of my people at property have already had this training, but it's been like a year now, so we're probably gonna need a little bit of a refresher. But it's not that hard, you know, we can do it over the Zoom or whatever. And once we get that in place where we do the requisitions, see how it flows through the system, turn it into a PO, do the vouchers, and then we can look at that, and then we can start bringing more programs in and start having them do it. So we're building up to it, not just dumping everything in there, and then it turns into a madhouse, and then that might be worse than where we're at.
So again, January 1st seems like a pretty good date for everybody to be up and running on this process. Well, first of all, you really need to get our time clocks in place. I know they're already in place, but I think you're talking about, you referred to time clocks, Chuck, but I think they're already here.
Well, we have time clocks here, but this is a different, this thing that they're talking about, it works off of the time clock, but it cuts down on your man hours on how much time you have to sit there and go through and write everything out. It puts everything in there, and then the supervisor can just look at it and approve it right then and there. We don't have to have 20 people looking at it or whatever the process is now to get the timesheet signed.
You know, we ran against this problem yesterday, I guess, because what we're doing is we're putting a time limit on what people are supposed to be doing. And we run into problems because we asked for something a month ago and we haven't seen it yet. So I guess I'll just back off on my suggestion of January 1st and whenever I'd like to see it done because I'm gone in 1 year.
How about if we say, I'll have property and supply ready to do it by January 1st? And then we can start bringing in the other programs to teach them how to do it. Cause we can do that, but then we're back to the other part where, I don't know when we're gonna be able to go back to 40 hours working, all my staff leaving. That's gonna be a detriment to getting this started too.
That's another conversation for another day.
So, hold on. I have Davy, and then the treasurer would like to provide comments.
I guess what I heard him say, he referred some stuff to legal. Is that what you said?
Yes.
So I think we really need to wait to see what comes back from legal before, I mean, it's good that he's gonna try and get his department on, but the legal, whatever's being referred over there, we should wait for that before we make any adoptions of anything. I mean, that's only my opinion.
So Lisa is on. Lisa.
It's
you
noon,
text her?
she's gone.
Yeah, I think they just log on. If they're not responding, take them off.
But I guess, I mean, that's only my opinion. I know, I'm glad that we're moving forward on it, but we should probably have a policy in place too. I mean, because I know some of these people are gonna come back, well, who authorized them to do this, blah, 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 because they like to dance around that. So, thank you.
So the treasurer want to respond, then I have Sonia and Lyle.
I don't think January 1st is too long. You know, if they've already written the policy and legal has to review it, then it needs to come back to you guys to approve it. Then you can put it on December's tribal council meeting and have them implement it. Because how many years have you guys been working on this? And they've had training twice for all the staff, and the directors are almost all the same. So there should only be a few directors that need training.
Well, actually, all of those directors are gonna need training because when we did that training, only like 5 programs showed up.
No, there was about 20 of us out there. There was 20 of us one day, and the next day there was about 40.
For the requisition one?
Yeah, for the requisitions and vouchers,
How long ago was that?
100 years ago.
Okay, because we just did a recent one, so, and that's how it turned out. I had my staff, all transportation, CHR, Rapid City and Pine Ridge, motor fuels, road maintenance. And that was it. And Randy Hughes, yeah.
But I
Okay.
honestly believe if you don't set a timeline that applies pressure, we're gonna be talking about this next year in December.
Okay.
Okay, also we have Lisa, present. Lisa, some policies for draft were sent to your office or to the legal. And we just want to know where we're at with that so we can start moving forward. Use the mic. Introduce yourself and use the,
But I sent those on to Steve. I believe we talked about that, so I'll get in touch with him and see where we're at on that.
okay.
Do you guys want a timeline like you were just saying?
No, we're gonna probably pass it today.
Okay,
So,
Not the policy.
no,
but the changes, right?
go ahead, Sonia.
Yeah, I think the policy or whatever the legal looks at and sends back to us, I think we need to, because that needs to be part of our financial management, amendment to the financial management manual. So that has to be part of the, either just inserting it, because we need to make sure it does get inserted, because sometimes we do this, we piecemeal our manuals and they don't get put where they should be. So we're going to make sure it does. And I think that the other part of it is, since they're doing it already and they're ready to start, you know, I think we need to make sure that our attorney that has this, if it's Steve Gunn,
Yes, because he's working on it.
the manual too, yeah. So, okay, we need to know something because you know, we were going to make a motion in a second to give them a timeline to start by January 1st. And I think we're going to do that here. And so we really do need, and we can start with Chuck's department because he's already they've been through training and they can start this. And then, like he said, you know, maybe he can start training the other directors to get on board with it. But I really think it's something good. I think we should go forward with it. Might get some, you know, maybe people that want to change with that, but I think there could be a lot. You know, our technology is just changing every day, you know, so we need to kind of stay on board with it. But I was just going to comment on that, but I'll wait for Lyle.
Go ahead, Lyle.
So, like with Norman, I'll piggyback off of him and make that motion to have Chuck, start the process with his program, with this to implement it, given, you know, give or take around January 1st, while these policies are being made, and then we can go from there.
So we have a motion.
I'll second that, but could you also maybe motion maker to make sure that this gets amended to our financial management manual once it's done?
Yes.
Go ahead, Chuck.
So before we can get started, you guys do what you need to do, but before we can actually get started on this, we need all of our account codes loaded into that system, and that got Matthew Wheeler. He's the contact point that needs every account code we have that we're gonna use to purchase with, all needs to be in that system. So he needs all of that and specify it, break it down from this program has these, this program has these.
So I add that to my motion that we get Mr. Wheeler to work with Chuck on those account codes.
Okay. Who, just for clarity, who is Mr. Wheeler?
He's one of the guys that, one of the, people at Microy that's, ahead of the sales team, and he'll be one of our guys that, that works with us. Yeah, he does that in MIP. Microy is part of MIP.
Okay, go ahead, Norman.
But why do we need him to put them in? Can't you?
No,
He's creating a program
yeah, he's.
that could destroy our tribe.
He's doing the system. It's already, we have it. It's just that we don't, for us to be able to have these drop downs in those things to make it simpler, he needs all of that information. So that's what's kind of been holding up a lot of this too.
Because they set up our whole system. So why would we have to send them to another person?
Well, this is the guy that was asking for it from that system.
You know-
Because whenever I talked to him about this, and Will and Dean and I spoke with him about it, and he said, we need all of these in there so I can build this. It has to be built right to your specifications. So that's what it was. And that's as far
So,
as I know.
okay, I just want to interject real quick. You know, when we manage a system, we are owners of that to include our information. My concern is having an outside entity having access to all of this. Why wouldn't it be a train the trainer? Why wouldn't they train you to make sure that all of that input is there and that it is managed with our tribe to ensure that all of that's included? Otherwise, we're giving our account codes, our information to someone who's not contracted with the tribe, someone who's doesn't work directly with the tribe, unless we have a contract with him. But why wouldn't you be the lead on that and do that?
See, that's why I was trying to get this thing set up for them to explain it better, because right now it's not in my position to do any of, I have no access to MIP. So I don't know what anybody's accounts are. All I do is, even when it comes on and it comes online, I'm not gonna have access to all of that. All I'm gonna be able to do is sign purchase orders. And all of the programs are gonna have to do their same work just like we do now. It's just gonna be automated, not handwritten.
I'm not disagreeing with the lack of automation that we have now. However, I would just I just questioned who this individual is. I have Norman, and then we still have a motion on the floor.
Okay, very quickly. If we don't have a binding contract with this Mr. Wheeler that makes him responsible for everything he's taken from our tribe and using, we could really hurt ourselves there. I mean, who knows? What if it's Elon Musk nephew or something? We could destroy a whole government doing this. We got to be a little bit wary about who we give our information to.
So I have Sonia, then the treasurer.
So what was sent to legal, was there also like a due diligence asked to do a due diligence on this company?
Use your mic. Use the
Oh.
mic.
I'll have to read it again, but I just remember just the whole programming part of it.
So I think maybe a due diligence needs to be done on this company, because back a couple administrations ago, and I think our chair here was pushing this term, was bringing in that company that wanted to come in and do work during the COVID. Come in and set up all these applications to set up for our tribe. We could have done this for you, that for you, that for you. What's the name of that company?
Salesforce.
Yep, Salesforce. So when that happened, we didn't go along with it, because at that time, the treasurer told us, not this treasurer, but Mason, we're already doing it. We don't need them. So it didn't go nowhere. And that's what he did tell us, and Cora probably remembers that. So he wouldn't go that route, because he was saying we already are doing it. So now we have this company wanting to come in and do this work for us, and it sounds like Chuck has been doing this already with what he said they've been doing and the training they received, and they just need this part. But it's always going to come back like that, Leary, to the tribe. That's why nothing moves forward. We always question when the outside people want our accounts, our whatever that he's saying they need. We're going to say, oh, but they're going to take all that information. They might go do this and do that with it. So that's why nothing moves forward in this tribe, because we stop it. We stop it because Salesforce is going to come back. You guys really talk highly of Salesforce, because Salesforce is going to do the very same thing. So let's think about that. Right now we have somebody that's trying to move forward a program, a department that wants to do this. So including in that, I want a motion to do a due diligence on this company, to bring that back also along with the policy that Steve is going to do. Okay, so we can do that. Maybe that way they can come back and say everything cleared with this company. So I'm going to make that motion to have them do a due diligence on them.
Do you want to just include it in
We'll
the
just have
motion?
it in his
Yeah.
motion, and I'll second that. But yeah, I think we could do that. If nothing was said, just for that, we can do it that way.
Okay, and then we have the treasurers wants to respond, and I just want to also add that Salesforce did pass the due diligence, and they were going to do a lot more than what you were stating. It was going to be data collection for us as well that we don't have. But go ahead, treasurer.
Yeah, Salesforce would have been good for us, but and I even got them passed. But then they pulled it back and said something, I don't remember, didn't want it to go that way. But I think that the comptroller needs to be a part of this process because she does supervise them. So I just texted her and told her that I was going to recommend that she be a part of of all aspects of implementing the AP module, including the policy. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Okay, read the motion and then run the vote. Or who says, okay. Yeah. He's gonna read the motion. She's gonna read the motion. I just said that.
Have Chuck start with his program and department with the, how do you say it, micro system? And upon January 1st, we can expand to the other OST programs and to also amend the financial management manual and include an authorization for Mr. Wheeler and Chuck Ross to work on OST account codes. And to also include and request a due diligence by OST Legal and to include the comptroller in this whole process and bring back in 2 weeks.
So all of that will be upon the completion of the due diligence. Go ahead, roundabout.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Old Little White Man, Craig Dillon, Anna Halverson,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yeah,
Dave Poyer, Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Huh?
8 yes, 1 not voting.
8 yes, 1 not voting, motion passed. Okay, so you have your marching orders, Mr. Ross. Get it going. Go ahead, Norman.
After the.
you know, you can Google microy.net and it shows you a demo, it shows you everything about their company. And if I could do that in a minute, why can't legal do it in a day? Yet they request 2 weeks to do it.
So our due diligence, the way that your due diligence ordinance reads is that we have to get their financial documents as well. So generally getting a company to share their financial status is what takes the longest. It does provide for so that's what a lot of companies have been reluctant to share. We do an additional check on them regarding litigation, so sometimes that takes a little bit. So those are some of the additional requirements in your due diligence ordinance.
Okay, I understand that. I mean, that's part of your job. But had we been given a brochure a little bit ago, we could have all moved ahead really quick. But like I said, I missed the meeting last time, so.
Also, it's in your email. Let's read your emails.
I'm going to lunch.
Okay, with that, we're gonna move on to personnel policies and procedures manual update. So I'll let Georgette, because the chief of staff is not here, give a brief on what they did last week. Was it last week? With the
It was
direct-
this week. It was Monday. It was on
Okay,
Monday.
so they did meet on Monday. The motion was for all directors to receive the personnel policy and procedures manual with the proposed amendments. There was some back and forth with that. I did have to personally email out the PPP because all directors did not receive it. I requested it twice to be sent out. I even requested the president's office to have it sent out, and that was not done. So what I'm proposing is give them an extension to review it and bring it back for final review and approval. But go ahead, Georgette. I know you had some updates that you wanted to add as well.
Okay, so I guess I will say that they had a lot of thoughts about the personnel policy manual. You know, what the chair of finance committee indicated was some of what they indicated, that they didn't get a whole lot of opportunity to review it. I highlighted what were finance committee's recommended changes, but they had wanted to discuss other sections as well. So I have noted, so at the time I noted the changes that they wanted, not all of them. I didn't agree with all of them legally. I did let them know that I would note what they wish to have changed, but it may be different than what I legally recommended. They had some general thoughts that were bigger than the policy manual. One of the things, and I guess I'll just give a general update because I think it would take a little bit of work beyond the policy manual itself, is that the overall theme that I heard from the directors, and I wish the chief of staff was here because he sits on the grants committee, is that they felt like the grants committee process was fairly secretive, and did not feel like they got an opportunity to participate in it enough, that they felt like if there was a protocol for how things went to grants committee, and a clearer communication process with grants committee, including minutes from the grants committee, that would help them. That, several of them articulated concerns about having to go back and forth with grants committee and delaying like timely movement on grants. So that was one of the big themes I heard them ask for, is a clearer process on how grants committee function. So they thought if there could be an SOP for grants committee, which is a little bit outside of the personnel manual. One of the other big things that they had a lot to say about that was outside of the grants committee is the employment fee, the right to work fee, that they believe that that should be gotten rid of because they don't see how it benefits them. So they wanted reporting on how that fee is used, but also just a general request that it be gotten rid of as it's not a benefit to them that they pay into, which I think is also outside of the personnel policy manual. And then let me look at my notes and make sure. A lot of the other things are related real specifically to the policy manual. One of the things that they wanted that I do think is related to the policy manual, but I let them know that it was really more of a budgetary policy decision, is they would like to see the merit award cap increased.
So with that, I am requesting an
Oh,
extension.
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
One last thing I forgot. So what had happened was what John said, because we went through it so fast and they had lots of thoughts, was he was going to give them an opportunity to give their written comments, and he was going to have those summarized and to me on Tuesday. And I don't believe I received anything on Tuesday. I'm just double checking to make sure I didn't miss an email from him, but I did not get a summary of additional changes. So I think that was the thought of why we would allow a little more time for them to respond. Because it was quite a lot to go through in a very short time period. I mean, they did dedicate all day to it. So we met all day on it starting at 10 on Monday.
So committee, what I'm asking is that we extend this to ensure that there's thorough review of the personnel policy and procedures, and then bring it back for December's end of month approval. What are your thoughts? Go ahead, Lyle.
Is that another working session?
That would be for the directors to review with the chief of staff and the attorney.
Okay.
And also we have the court administrator would like to respond to that, who is working up here. You can use the mic. Just introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, committee, good morning, committee. Casey Morton, court administrator, and I wanted to comment on this too. We didn't get that much, get very far on the policy, and would like another working session if we are able to, so that way we can go through it. Because some of the stuff that was presented just now did not actually, that wasn't totally true. We didn't.
So
Just for clarification, what part did you think I said that wasn't true?
The issue about the salaries scale and the incentives, we didn't agree on a higher amount.
Okay.
I believe there needs to be a closer review with this and notes brought back. Go ahead, Davey.
You know, I said it yesterday in Law and Order, and I'll say it again today. From that, starting next week during Thanksgiving and through December, it's too hard to plan any meetings for things to get done. And now we plan on doing this because everybody's got a schedule in December. And everybody has that schedule, same thing happens in May. It's hard to get people together. So I'm saying that we give enough time where they can get together and do it. If that's what we're gonna do, then give it enough time. Let's not rush into it then. We've been beating this thing around for 5 or 6 years that they're gonna make the amendment. So another month isn't gonna hurt nothing in my book. So whatever time they can do it, then let's do it rather than sit here and explain why we shouldn't do it, why we should do it and all this. But that's only my opinion.
So would you be willing to propose January, end of month council meeting for January? Okay,
Okay, I'll
so we have a
second.
motion and a second?
Send them.
Okay. For it to be brought back and the chief of staff schedule working sessions with all directors? Are you okay with that? And bring back on end of month January or before end of month January council meeting? And then run the
Also
vote.
extend review of personnel policies and procedures manual. until- I don't know the council deadline, but, first, last Monday. Yeah. And they extend it up to end of Okay, Anna Halverson,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Norman Standing Soldier. Dave Puyer, Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. Seven yes, 2 not voting.
7 yes, 2 not voting, motion passed. Thank you, committee, for that. So we'll see that back in January. The next one is the financial management manual working session. So the last one we did have for the financial management, we got really low representation. I know a lot did not want to go to the casino, but in order to save on costs, we cannot keep traveling off reservation. So I'm asking for another session to review the financial management manual for amendments, updates, and approval. So we need to come up with another date to finalize the financial management manual. Georgette, this is just to review the amendments, correct?
That's my understanding, but this is something that Steve Gunn was assigned to pursuant to request because he had been working on it before the COVID. So I've not been doing the financial management manual.
Go ahead, Sonia.
I think the last time they worked on it, according to Steve, was when him, Mason, and Dean worked on it.
No,
Is
that
what-
was me. It was Mason was supposed to be there. He wasn't.
So-
Me and Dean and Steve.
Okay, because he mentioned Mason, him, and Dean.
Yeah, Mason.
So,
hardly ever
but
showed.
I think that we might have amendments to it too, Chair. So I think that we should really take a good look at it. So I don't know if 2 days would be a timeline for 2 days to work on it. But-
So committee, in order to save on costs, we utilize our casino. But I understand that a lot don't feel comfortable going out to our casino, but that's our best option if we want to save on funding. Otherwise, we can schedule it here and the chambers for a 3-day.
Or you could do a
Friday,
Zoom.
or,
As a working session, you could do a Zoom.
or that could be an option too,
'Cause you could
is
share the
utilizing
screen.
Zoom as a working session. Go ahead, Davey.
Chair, it's not that I didn't want to meet at the casino. So I don't want to get that misinterpretation. You know, if we have those during the week, because there's times that I have attended meetings on a weekend at the casino and nobody showed up and wasted our time. So we need to work when everybody's available, because, you know, we have families too that we want to spend time with. So during the week, if, you know, I know it's going to get into other committees' timeframes, but if it's that important, then we can do it. But so I just want to get that clear. I'm not opposed to going out there, and I didn't say that we will show up off reservation. No way, I don't want that out there. But if we need to get it done, it's like Cora said, this has been on the table too since I don't know when. And now we're trying to rush through something, and I'll say it, December is going to be a hard time to get together, because you know what, everybody wants to be, so I'm saying that it should be probably after the first of the year. Thank you.
So I just want to be clear that, you know, it was stated that some, and I didn't state, call you out specifically, Councilman Puyer. It was stated though that some did not want to go to the casino. It was in a group chat text, so I just want to make that clear. Also, the financial management manual, we're not rushing. We have made several attempts throughout the year to work on this, and it keeps getting pushed back. So I'm not trying to rush the financial management. However, it's been all year that we've made attempts to work on it. So we need an extension to continue to work on it.
We actually started.
Use
it
your mic.
before I thought I did. We actually started it before COVID, and we worked on it through Zoom, through COVID, and we worked on it a lot. But there's there is a lot of amendments, mostly just bringing things up to date. But that was like 5 years ago now, so probably needs to be brought even further up to date. And I recommend, you know, using Zoom, because everybody has a laptop now. Everybody has a laptop. You can share a screen and just go through page by page.
And that can be done over a weekend while you're at home. Hold on. Let's use your mic.
But it's a working.
How come we don't bring Zoom back? You know, I mean, all that was politics again. You know, because we could have more people at these workshops, more people at these meetings. Some people get tired of going. You know, some of them don't, but I do. And I look at it like this, I can get as much done on Zoom as I can just sitting in these meetings here. And so how do we do that? Which committee brought that to the floor? Was finance?
Yes, it was finance.
And
Yeah, due to cost savings, I'll make a motion that we take it to the council floor to resume Zoom meetings, Zooms. All
Our
right,
working sessions.
for working sessions and council if necessary. Committee meetings working sessions, and possibly council meetings if necessary.
Mm. You know, I know there's an ordinance in place that we took that away because people were not coming to the meetings, even after COVID.
But they're not
Committee
coming
never
now.
had nothing, and in the Constitution, it does say that we should be here physically. And I think that was the whole reason why we took that Zoom away. Because you're gonna have people on Zoom that ain't gonna come to no meetings. They're just gonna be at home. Because I've been on Zoom too. Before, when COVID was going on, a lot of us were on Zoom. I could just be at home doing whatever I want and just listen to the meeting. You know, so that's how it went. But after COVID ended, there was still some doing that. So we had to put a stop to it. We said we have to be here physically. On top of that, we made the amendment just to allow for like the executive board when they're meeting. That was the latest amendment to that. So Lynn will have to pull that because we just allowed for the, like when they're having their executive board meetings for doing the Zoom. But we never said council or anything, committees. So I think we need to pull that. But at the same time, that's what's going to happen. But if you look at around here today, there's some that never come to the meetings anyway. Some that never show up. But when there's an item that's going to need to be passed, they're going to be here. And they're going to want it passed. But when they pass it, they leave. You see that? I see it. Everybody sees it.
Good point.
So we can't be doing that. You know, we're elected in here by our people. So physically, we should be here. Shouldn't be a problem. I could understand that Zoom business, but at the same time, you know, we're elected. We're appointed. So we should be able to work on some of these things and not have to worry about that, because that's what's going to happen. Might as well put us all on Zoom, and we don't need to go out to the casino, or we don't need to go out to Oyata Techa. We don't need to go anywhere on this reservation, because we can all just get on Zoom. So if that's the case, then that's what's going to happen. You might just get enough people that will come to the meeting to make quorum, and the rest will stay on Zoom. That's the reason why we didn't go along with that. And we only allowed for the executive board when they have their meetings to do it. So that's just my opinion on it.
Go ahead, Anna.
Oh, I was just gonna second Craig's motion on Zoom, but that is really good discussion, Sonia. Good perspective on the issue. This would go to council, right, for discussion?
Yes, it would have to, because that's where it was approved at.
So I just, I was during the Zoom timeframe, and it was something, you know, some backstory to it. I worked in the president's office at that time, and I recommended that because of the COVID guidelines and because of the restriction and how the rooms were filled, that we utilize Zoom. That's how that started when we brought it forth. And it went into, when I came onto council, that we were allowed to use Zoom. And I'll give my opinion. I don't agree with Zoom meetings unless it's for working sessions. I think that's necessary because you don't make motions in those working sessions. You make your suggestions and provide your comments, and then we bring it to the committee. Because what I'm recognizing now is that, you know, we are, and let's be honest about it, we are questioning whether we need to be here at committee meetings, and everyone wants to wait until council meetings to attend. So that's the reality of what's going on right now. So we do have a motion on the floor. I did ask for Byron to bring everything regarding Zoom. And so we're just waiting for that. And then who is the second? Oh, Anna, second to the motion. So read the motion and then run the vote.
Just, I put to amend the Zoom meeting ordinance to rescind.
That works.
Run it? Yep. Anna Halverson,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Not voting.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
No.
Dave Puyer,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk
We can
Weston,
talk about it, see that. Kick it around.
5 yes, 2 no, 2 not voting.
5 yes, 2 no, 2 not voting. Motion passed. So that'll go back to the financial management working session scheduled date.
Forward to council.
Financial management, we need to schedule a date to meet on that. Well, we can't do first week in December. Remember, we are doing a request to go to the stack, or during that stack week is to be in DC to meet with the BIA. TTAC, correction, TTAC. And then also, we're working on the budget and the IDC budget. Mm.
And then, we're having budgets for the general fund and that.
Right.
So that's gonna.
That's what I said.
Use your mic. Yep.
In order for us to have a budget for the new year, we have to have a IDC budget and a general fund budget.
That's why I said
approved.
that.
So I think this financial management manual, we should maybe schedule it either the second week in January, maybe.
So are we looking at the 9th, 10th, and 11th? That's a weekend. Otherwise, we could do the 7th and the 21st, or I mean, correction, the 8th and the 22nd on our financial management, our finance committee days.
Yeah, I think maybe that needs to be probably worked out with yourself and the secretary to, finalize the location. And I think last time, everyone, we want to save cost, but by then we're going to have an approved budget. So people are should have no excuses if they have to travel to the casino.
Right.
Because, rightfully, we should try to bring revenue to our casino, so I don't have a problem with that.
Oh,
But let's do it in January, maybe the second week in January, but you could find the location of it.
also, the treasurer has an update on the TTAC.
TTAC is the 15th, so of December. And you guys did take action earlier on that AP module. Remember? The AP module to be implemented January 1st. So you need to do it before then. Right?
So the first week of December is available.
I don't know, question for the treasurer. So we're still working on the general fund and the indirect cost. What is your recommendation for us to get started on these two budgets? Because I know we couldn't really do anything this last working session because we still need to see like revenues. Bob coming with a budget to tell us, not budget, but proposed revenues coming in. So when would be a good time, do you think, in December? Because looking back at the minutes, I know we approved the 25 budget. I think it was on December 24th. I think it was at the council meeting. So it had to be before that when we had the working session to get that done with Dean. So would that be better to do it after our first week in December or the second week in December? It's going to get busy. I know LNIs are going to happen and I know some of them are going to be gone. So what's the best time, do you think?
Let me look. Hold on.
While she's looking, Norman had his hand raised and then Davey.
Everything would go nice and smooth and quickly if we got the paperwork ahead of time and we all do a little bit of homework before we come in. That way we know what we're talking about and we know the figures, and I think that wouldn't hurt any of us to get this ahead of time and go through it and proofread it, and that way we could expedite. Because we're gonna sit and discuss it, and we need our minds focused on what we're doing. If we go to casino, someone's gonna disappear upstairs for 2 hours and then we lose them to the machines. So we could go to Kyle. I mean, Kyle's centralized and they really have that Oyate Techa building that's really nice. And then the snow will be flying by then too, so we don't want to be driving all the way. Blaine can't drive all the way to casino if the roads are icy. I can't drive that far either.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
There was a couple of things that had to be approved by committee first. One of them was the land office budget, because they were going to add the people from the allocation office, or what is that called? The allocation office? Yeah, and then the district, the district emergency management. That needed to be reviewed to find out what his revenue was. And then he's under finance, I believe. And then, there was one more. We had to make for starting January 1, standalone, the loan office. And marijuana commission. And that was it. And then waiting on the revenue. But we got that today. Yeah, they wanted the land, to the land committee, the land office. That was it.
Yep. So we could do the 12th, 13th, and 14th, or we can do the 4th of December and the 11th of December for financial management. Can we include budget in there as well?
Yeah.
When does LNI start? Because I don't go to LNI, so I'm the 17th. 17th to the 21st? Okay. So we can do the 4th and the 4th and the 11th for general fund, is that? And then the 11th IDC? Go ahead, Davey.
I don't even think we need.
You know, how are we gonna find out what's in general fund? Cause what I'm hearing, some of the operators have not received their bills for range units.
Right.
And
So,
then some of them are paid in, but I don't think the Bureau has even logged them in that they're paid. So we're not gonna get an accurate, all we can probably do is maybe go by last year's.
that's normally how it's done.
Yeah,
We use the
please,
projections
'cause-
based on last year's.
Yeah, cause I mean, it ain't gonna work if we're gonna wait on the BIA to give us a dollar amount.
Go ahead, Sonia.
I have to say that as a landowner, I did get my range units. Yep, I'm getting my range units that are coming in. I think the other one was I'm still waiting on is the farm pasture income that usually goes directly to my account, but I haven't received that yet, usually in December. So I'm kind of waiting to see if I get it then, but the range units are coming in. So they are coming in and we're getting them just spared out, just every so often they'll show in our accounts. So it is happening. I just have a question here on I don't think it's going to take us too long on the general fund since we already went over it. And Cora's telling us land office budget, that district emergency management, but we're getting messages from our district chair and they're wanting to know about our district staff. What's going to happen with them? So that's a question right now from our district, and we have a district meeting on Monday, I think it is. And so Mary's asking about that. And we told her that we're still waiting to, approve our indirect cost budget. So we haven't done that yet, but we're going to be probably discussing it on Thursday. I met today. And so I think maybe we do need to also, that's on the IDC side though. And so that's a question right now for probably not only our district, but probably the rest of the districts. So we just got to make sure that we have an answer for them because that's going to really pertain to the indirect cost budget. So
Right.
I don't know where it sits right now, Cora, but remember it's what came up on that.
So real quick, so that's why we need to have these meetings because that's a discussion. Is general fund going to pick them up? Go ahead.
General fund, will have to pick them up, but you guys are supposed to decide if you want 2 positions, because we definitely can't afford all 5 positions. Right. Yeah, so we need to figure out what we can work with. You can even assign your federal monitors to work there because they're justified under IDC. Yeah, Yeah, but not all of them are. So that's a decision that you guys have to make and then we can put it into the budget.
So I have Norman, then Lyle.
If, and I really hate it because Lake Creek always leads by example. We have one cap office worker and one federal monitor running our whole business. So that should tell you that's all we need. And they keep the place clean. That's all we need is just one person there. And they could do everything. Data. They do office manager. Yeah, what does your 3 federal monitors do?
But you do bring a valid point, though. We do have
We
federal
have one federal
monitor.
monitor.
That are employed that are budgeted. So that's a good point. Go ahead, Lyle.
I had the same question.
Okay, so, all right, we need to schedule these dates, but we need to stand firm on them and whatever motions made and wants to attend, and I can come up with the location out to Kyle, so we're evenly spaced out. Or I will communicate with you in our finance chat as well to make sure it's good to go. Go ahead, Sonia.
We're talking about the financial management manual working session. And we still have the IDC budget and the general fund budget. So which one are we agreeing to that? I thought we wanted to move the financial management manual to the first, sometimes in January.
What the conversation was brought up with the MIP, that will need to be included, and that's why we need it sooner.
Okay.
And also our staff.
Okay, so we're gonna probably stick to 3 days. And I think we should try to get some of these things done. Specifically those dates and the day, like for financial management manual, if we can go through that in 1 day. We're gonna still need time to do the general fund, which wouldn't take too long because it's only seemed like these things here that Cora's pointed out to us. We can get probably that done and then the IDC budget. So we can get something done, so we have enough time to forward it to council for approval at the end of December. So I think we should at least 3 days.
So I'm looking at the 5th, 6th, and 7th of December. Are you okay with that? Are you all okay with that? 5th, 6th, and 7th? Is on the 5th?
Maybe you can ask Jim to trade for Thursday.
Okay. He was just here too, so I can get with James and we can change those dates. So are you guys good with that? And I'll look into Kyle. 5th, 6th, and 7th? Okay. Is that a motion? Got a motion by Norman? Second? Second? Second by Lyle.
You'll look into Kyle.
We're gonna look into Kyle to see if they'll have that space available. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, we also have the ranch we can use too. 'Cause,
That's small.
yeah.
Or the art space, that's a good space.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second? Go ahead, run the vote.
Anna Halverson,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Craig Dillon, Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Dave Puyer, Blaine Little Thunder,
Yeah.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Ha,
7 yes, 1 no, 1 not voting.
Okay, motion passed. And then moving on, amendment number, I don't see Mr. Tilly here. But what he's asking for is an amendment number for the engineer contract specific to the Potato Creek, Wolf Creek Walk-Bomini project. It's in your packet on your email. Yes.
The attorney, Baggio.
Georgette, can you speak on that one?
So, again, it was drafted primarily based on his request for the amendment. It's an increase, so it would have to go to council of 180,000 for the total contract. So
This a modification?
Yep. Amendment, an amendment.
So some of it's based on a rate that changed, a contract rate for the engineers. And then, it also indicated that some of it was based on additional tasks, but that's not outlined in the amendment what those additional tasks were. But again, there's a big significant change in, well, I shouldn't say, I mean, it's $10 an hour, for, you know, and you should have that attachment as well that shows the rate changes for the standard hourly rate.
And you'll see it as attachment modification payment to the engineer. Go ahead, Norman.
I enjoy reading my emails, but when I don't receive them, then I look like I'm not doing my job.
In the finance packet after Microy. Scroll all the way down.
There's been a lot of changes in the past few years, and people just don't know what they're able to do, you know, the Medina law has changed a lot of reporting and
Who didn't receive it?
capabilities to the better.
It's in the, Lynn sent out the email, says finance packet, documents for finance packet. So you gotta scroll down.
Took up my iCloud so I wouldn't get rest on my phone.
So it's amendments to owner engineer agreement, amendment number 5.
But as you look in it, the primary changes again come from the hourly rate change, and that's outlined on the first page, the different rate changes. Again, the larger changes are $10. There's some smaller changes, like their administrative staff didn't have as large of an increase in the change. And then the substantial amount comes from, and it's again related to, it's a change for Potato Creek, Wolf Creek, and Walk-Bomini. And so it identifies the increases by phases, so the final design, and that's at the bottom of page 2 where it outlines the specific
Georgette, can you
changes.
share your screen?
Oh, okay, sure. Let's see, I'm gonna make sure I am sharing the right document. Amendment 5. Can you see it?
Okay, there it is. It's on the screen for you to view.
So here's the rate changes.
Yeah. That's where the $10 increase comes in.
Your amendment is on.
Also, the treasurer got a hold of Mr. Peely if you have any questions for him as well. Go ahead, Dave. Mr. Peely's on the speaker if you have any questions for him on the amendments.
If it's a modification, then That's what I said, but what's the modification? Besides the hourly rate?
Oh, and continue on, Georgette.
And then if Bob can add to this, if you go down to page 2, it does show the increases in the specific sections. So final design, bidding, construction, and post-construction, and RPR.
Bob, can you explain what the amendments are needed for?
Yeah, that's everything is going up in cost, and so is the cost of our engineering firm. And these are just to get through with all of the new amendment stuff that we are, the new funding portions that we put together. We're trying to make sure that we have, because we had to get creative, ways to utilize the IHS funds, and we're making sure that we can take them, because IHS only wants us to use the funds for valves and hydrants. We've already paid for the valves and hydrants, and we're trying to find ways that we could say, well, let's use these funds for this and that, and all this extra work to do that from our engineering firm with helps USDA to make sure we got it done correctly. So we're just paying him for all that extra work.
Question, Bob, this is Sonia.
Yes.
When you're talking about those valves, is that the one that Reno, through Reno?
No.
Or is this a different
No.
one?
Yeah, we got this award from IHS a while ago for
Oh,
valves
okay.
and hydrants.
What about the valves that you were talking to me about?
Those are still with Reno. I haven't received anything from Mr. Gunn yet to get those installed, but Reno says, let's do it now. And I said, okay, if you guys agree with that, then we can go on ahead and push that out. So stand by 1 second, please. I'm on the phone. Give me just a second. So yeah, we can that valves project we can move, Sonia. If you guys are in agreement with it, I know we've got a few amendments and stuff, but there's not a contract in place for that for them. But if it's an emergency use and you guys agree, then I'll just start putting them in.
Well, because I've seen a while back a resolution that was passed to go after the funds for the valves through, I think it might be, is it BIA? So that needs to be completed because the money's been there, and I think Reno had a concern that he wants to finish that. But you did bring it up, so that's why I'm just wondering if you met with Reno on it.
Oh yeah, we've had several meetings. I'm waiting for we were talking with Mr. Steve Gunn on a contract for those valves, and once we get that squared away, then we can start putting those on the ground. The first one we're going to do is down by the old swimming pool area. That will separate the town in half, so we won't have to shut down half of the town if we have any leaks.
So the increase is 180,000. It would just be approved to approve the amendment and 2/3 it onto council next week. We have a motion. Is there a second? Second by Sonia. I know, we're almost done. Not over there. And we're almost done. Bob.
Thank you.
Anna Halverson. Lyle Weston.
Yes.
Old Little White Man. Craig Dillon. Norman Standing Soldier.
Yes.
Dave Puyer. Blaine Little Thunder.
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. 7 yes, 2 not voting.
7 yes, 2 not voting, motion passed. Thank you, committee. Moving on to the OST Chief Judge negotiation of salary. Does this need to be in executive session? Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion? Is there a second? Second by Bo. And the Chief Judge is online.
Anna Halverson. Lyle Weston.
Yes.
Old Little White Man. Craig Dillon. Norman Standing Soldier.
Yes.
Dave Puyer. Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. 7 yes, 2 not voting.
7 yes, 2 not voting, motion passed. Go ahead, Norman.
Before we start this negotiations, well, after everybody clears out,
Oh, yep.
I need to
Also,
talk to the treasurer.
Also, I have the court administrator going up to get his budget as well, so that he's prepared.
That's what I was wondering.
Oh, okay.
Where do we start?
He went up there to get it.
Georgette, can
Huh?
you clear your screen? Or stop sharing?
For the court administrator, because her budget comes out of there.
Okay, I'm working on it.
Recording stopped.
Okay, so leave the chief judge over to you.
Unless you're going to discuss.
Okay,
strategy
she stays there.
first,
That one
And
stays
then
there.
bring her back in.
No.
Just let her know.
And what about,
Miss Ironclad, we're gonna put you in the waiting room temporarily.
that live thing, he needs to go off too.
Oh, let me call him.
I know.
Everybody.
We're talking
Just
like.
Laura and Georgia.
How come you said Miss Ironclad?
That's her. She stays.
Put her in the waiting
Yeah.
room?
You can't find him, just pull that line.
Everybody else could go out.
That's no connection to
Because they should be present.
No, she had
Waiting
wasted
room.
people that weren't
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so moving on, I'm going to stand by and I will notify you all as soon as I get the word, you get the word. Stand by. I certainly will. And I just want to make it clear that we are very real down here on the reservation, probably the realest of the real. Lyle.
Out there in the real world. That's the most annoying phrase.
But, all right, number 9, set aside funding. Oh, hold on, I need to start this.
Georgette,
Yes,
Recording in progress.
yes.
just waking you up.
Oh,
Give me a second.
Set aside, what is that?
Who brought? There we go, Lyle. So hold on, Lyle, let me start the recording. You all take 5 minutes, because I can need to use the restroom too, and I'm gonna get this started. So be back at 2:30.
Yeah, I'm just.
Recording
No
stopped.
Smoke. Gee, that's what, Lisa died of, smoking. And then her picture, I'm looking at the obituary, after she sent her with a cigarette. Gee. Really? I remember your mom really smoked. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, oh. Said you don't last too long. Wow. Yep. Gee, that was quick. Quick. Did they already bury Hermes? Craig? Yeah. Did they? Wow. In retro table? Gee.
Heard of that, church, remember?
That's- Yeah, yeah, Lisa. And then Lisa Youngman.
The other day she texted me.
We are just about done. We're starting now. Just turning on the recording devices.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Okay, so Lyle requested for item number 9 to be added. Go ahead, Lyle.
Yeah, our district, wants to know where, the multipurpose building, the 1.5 startup money, where that's at? And if it's gonna be available for when these buildings get done, so they can start budgeting?
Treasurer.
We had that discussion the other day, when Tony started doing the audit of the buildings. One of the questions that came up was, this funding has to be spent by December 31st of 2026. And if your buildings are not going to be complete until December 21st or 31st or whatever of 2026, that money is gonna have to go into your building, like the FF&E of it or whatever.
When I talked to the contractor when I did the walkthrough, they told me it was gonna be done in March.
Your building?
Yes. March of 2026.
So I had a meeting with Mr. O'Brien 2 nights ago because we were trying to have a district meeting. And so I met with him on Monday or Tuesday at 4 o'clock. And he said all the buildings were gonna be for ours, Wakbamani, Oglala, and Pine Ridge, doors will be complete and buildings will be complete and doors ready for open August 1.
So it still leaves this door open to use this money for it too, though.
Right.
Yeah, so now we need to discuss where that money's at and when can it be distributed to the districts for that purpose?
Go ahead, Sonia.
So I know we asked for an audit to be done on all of the multi-purpose buildings. And I don't know, you said Tony was doing that?
Yep.
So when do you think she'll have it done for us? By next Thursday?
Hopefully, cause she took her binder with her.
Okay, so we need to, kind of find out where we're at exactly.
Yeah.
Because, I know our district, like we said earlier, our owner's rep is asking for, like a change order to just letting us know that the extension, our buildings are not going to be done by this December. He gave us the timeline of next year, I think around September. But I really think that we still need that audit to be
Yeah.
done. And so that way we know if this 1.5 million is available, because it has to be, in order for us to utilize it for I think it was the O&M of the building.
Yep.
So, I guess with Lyle's question, I think we really need to hopefully get that before next Thursday.
Right.
I'm good.
Was that done in council?
I'm gonna foresee that we're gonna go into Thursday. We may not have a finance meeting
Yeah, I'm
Thursday.
thinking that
we
it might
have
come
to-
to council.
we-
We should come back to council because that's where we took
Yeah,
action at, was
right.
council.
So she'll need it by Tuesday or Wednesday. Because we have to make up items that we lost quorum for last month. Go ahead, Norman.
We're hoping to have our Christmas party in ours. If not, then we're gonna have our New Year's powwow.
So Lyle, did you want to make that motion to have
Yes.
the comptroller bring back where the set aside funding or what is it specified as specifically?
Just for the
Startup.
Startup money. Yes, motion.
Second. Bring back the what?
Full council. The the startup funding, the O and M startup funding. I believe it was 1.5 million, correct?
What was that?
That startup funding,
Yeah.
1.5 million, back to full council.
With what? I mean, he's gonna say with, what do you want me to read?
A report, the report on all of the buildings. I know that, some of the districts did put their startup money into their construction. I thought Oglala did.
As far as I know, the district board is the one that's, having me bring this forward because they're the ones worried about, the startup money. So they didn't mention anything about putting that into the construction.
And I believe our owner's rep was asking where our startup funding was as well. So wasn't aware. So I have Davey, then Craig.
You know, I know we took action to do certain things and want that audit. But let's be for real. Each district progress on each building is gonna be different. Because when that contractor builds, they're building for things, so nobody's gonna be the same. So we have to give Tony time to put it together too.
Right.
And if she don't get it, then we're gonna be hounding her by next Tuesday. So get a time to get that paperwork together. I mean, that's the way I look at it, cause there ain't no way in hell that ours is gonna be finished. I mean, it'll be next fall when it gets done. Craig and them is close, so that's why I say they're all different. And there's probably different billings sent out by the contractor for certain buildings, so. That's just the way I look at it. I'm looking at it in a way that give Tony a chance to get it together, because I know she put this into it, cost and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that she does up there. Thank you.
Go ahead, Craig.
I was just gonna say that, I look at some of these buildings and I think we need to go after those contractors. Because that's a bunch of BS, what they've done. I've drove by Wakpamnis all last year, up to now. And until the last 3 weeks or the last 3 months here, they finally got something done. Before that, there was nothing going on out there. And to me, that is a guy sandbagging, trying to get more money, more change orders and stuff. And that's why I wanted Richard Rango to be across the reservation owner's rep, and everybody had a damn fit about it.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you one thing, the 3 districts that went with the other 2 districts are damn happy with his performance. Because he stayed on top of it, and look how far we are. And so I hope we learn from this, because somebody starts a rumor and stuff, the guy is quality. He really is. We got a lot of good stuff. He's on top of it. If he don't like it, it don't happen. So instead of taking sides all the time and getting, blasting somebody, we should look at the progress that was made here. And the other day we had some money left over, so I ordered 15 new fold-up tables. That's out of the cost that we kept, we had the money there, but we didn't need it, so we ordered 15 of them fold-up tables. I did. And I look at it like this. We have to have somebody come in neutral and look at all of these construction sites and give us an opinion if we want to go after them or not. Because compare where we're at and where your guys are at. We all started at the same damn time. And Wounded Knee is the worst one. Their bolts don't even line up to their framing. So somebody's got to pay for that, and I'll be damned if their tribe should. It should be those contractors. That's why the other day I said, they come here, they rip us off, they string us along, and then we don't get nothing at the end of the day. And we've waited a long damn time for these buildings. So if I have to, I'll make a motion that we look for an outside inspector to come in and review all of these buildings and find out what the flaws are, who's at fault, and we can proceed from there. Because if we don't, we're kicking ourselves in the butt. We need to hold those contractors accountable.
Craig, can you hold your motion until we run this first motion?
I know, I want to run it now. I'm on a roll here. I'm running for vice chair. So, she's here. I wasn't gonna say nothing.
The motion maker, do you want to amend your time with what Davey said, to allow for her to gather all pertinent documentation.
I will say soon as possible. Because their building's gonna be done and they need their 1.5.
Right. Go ahead, Bo.
Whenever we're moving forward with that scratch thing.
So, and that's why I got upset about where we were at with our building, before I call you a new Norman. That's the same thing that happened with us. We lost the parking lot. The gym, I was really upset when we did our walkthrough. So some of you all, if you didn't go do your walkthrough, in our gym, it was plastic wall it was like a tarp almost looking to cover the inside. And that was really upsetting because he said, well, there's a lot of back and forth where your people approved of this, your people approved of that. But there's no minutes to who approved it, and why did they approve it, and did they take it back to the community? And so, and I feel like, a lot of these people, they'll utilize our election timeframe against each other. So they'll say, oh, well, your last council reps approved it. Well, I wasn't on council. So then is that to say that they made those decisions based off of our whole district? Because I wasn't aware of that meeting. So there's a lot to question. And I'm glad that you're going to make that motion, Craig, because with our inspector, he said that we're not getting our money's worth. And he said that we're being shortcut out in a lot of areas. So that's why I keep bringing it forth. Go ahead, Norman.
We should really be leery about an owner's rep that starts promoting different funding they can get before the project's even done. Or before the project's even half done. I mean, when you're getting wined and dined in Minneapolis to push forward a tax break, when your building isn't even up yet. That's kind of sneaky on the owner's rep part. I mean, they should be meeting us down here and doing everything they can to remedy this situation instead of sitting in Minneapolis having people go visit them. We're all out of our territory when we go to Minneapolis. So I think that we need to really focus on helping these districts who are, I don't know, I hate to use the word being conned, but they may be getting conned by their owner's rep for everything that they can get, and they'll still have buildings that are half completed and people flying off to Tahiti. So we really need to look at this, and we need to audit, and we need to find out where all our money is, and before it gets too late. Before it gets too late.
So read the first motion, Lynn.
To have comptroller bring back the startup funding report for the multipurpose buildings to full council and allow for her to get pertinent documents as soon as possible. Yep. Anna Halverson, Lyle. Oh. Dave, Lyle West.
Yes.
Go Little White Man. Craig Gillen. Norman Standing Soldier.
Yes.
Dave Poyer. Blaine Little Thunder.
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston.
Huh?
Thought she sat somewhere else. 7 yes, 2 not voting.
7 yes, 2 not voting, motion passed. Go ahead, Craig, can you make your motion?
inspector to come do an evaluation of all of these district buildings that are so far behind. I think we should prioritize the ones that are still under construction or near starting construction, because when them get started. Yep. And to bring us back a report to determine who is liable for all the bullshit. Yep. Who's responsible for all of the stuff that isn't happening. And, we can take necessary order. Because we can't play nice things. And I wanna say something here. Laura and I started this. Our district started this. And she would write down Winnebago, got plans back that we were going to do. And then they implemented some of this. So that's the only way. And then so she took this job, I took on top of it. I go back. And I'm really glad that we have Richard with us. We're gonna get a quality item when it's done. And you guys get over there, there's people there, stop here and look. Got big office rooms, and the only thing I wanna put in there is a place where stuff is cheap, like something. Other than that, so I'm looking at it like this, Tanya, in there first stuff, because I know I could have done it. But, you know, you look at it like this, you know, this is a one-time shot. We don't get this done, we're not gonna get shit done. And I'm sick and tired of people coming here and raising it.
I just wanted to add to that too. I took to Dean and then to Tony my concern, because every construction company was required to have a bond, right? And a part of the agreement with the bond, Richard Rangel made sure that we had quarterly check-ins on the 3 buildings over there with the construction company's bonding company. So every quarter they send out a report and he fills it out and sends it back in. And then he attaches that to his billing. So we know where we're at with the percentage of the building, how soon it will be done and whatever. But every owner's rep should have done that. I agree. And I agree with all of that stated, because we're feeling it in Pine Ridge, and, you know, we have the largest population, and I know we want to maximize the usage of that building, but for what we were getting, it's really unfortunate. So, and what I keep getting is, no one's really coming to the meetings or visiting with them, but I've been trying to stay on top of it, because I know that it was me and George that made that motion. And, you know, we need buildings. Everywhere we look, we need a building. So, run the vote.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Some of us speak from the
Old
heart,
White
baby.
Man,
Actually work.
Greg Dillon,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Dave Puyer. Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. You gonna vote, Little White Man?
Yeah.
2, 4, 5, 7 yes, 1 not voting.
7 yes, 1 not voting, motion passed. And thank you for bringing that forward, Lyle. Okay, indirect cost employees, go ahead, Davey.
Because the incentive issue is out. And it's unfortunate that indirect cost employees are not eligible. There's no money for them, but and we've said this administration after administration or year after year is that if somebody can't get it, then nobody should get it. It's supposed to be across the board. But what's happening now is them programs that planned it are getting it. And I talked to John, and some of them are putting in for 7,500. But the personnel policy says 3,000. But our indirect cost employees, wherever they're at, what departments, they need to go back to that 40 hours a week, because some of them are working and the comp time is building. So in the long run, we're gonna pay for it anyway. But I would like to see if there's some way that we can put the indirect cost employees back to a 40-hour work week somehow, because it's really not fair, them busting their behinds and then only getting paid for 32 then, because the comp time is building on them. We're gonna end up paying for it, you just watch, because they're working. And according to the Fair Labor Standards Act, we have to pay them for that. We have to compensate. So that's why I brought it up. So I don't know how anybody else feels about it.
So I have Lyle's next, but I also want to remind you, you all have the packet. The treasurer brought a plan for just that very topic as well, for your approval.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lyle.
Yeah, that was part of my question too, was the audits. When is the projected for the next one to be finished?
The next one, like 2022? All of the samples are done except for 3 questions on the master health contract, and those should be answered this week.
So once those are done, what about 23?
23 has already started. They're halfway through the reconciliations now, the cash reconciliation, and those should be done in January. And then they start the sampling.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Yeah, I guess my concern also is the IDC employees, because I was getting messages last week about, are we going back to 40 hours? And so I did stop by and talk to Cora Friday and asked her what was happening with that, and she kind of filled me in a little bit about it. But after reading the letter from her this morning, then I really understand where she was coming from. But I did tell her that I think after she told me about it, I said, well, I'm in support of it, because I think it's holiday is coming up, and employees been getting 32 hours a week. I don't mind, like myself, because we were told we're up to what, 72? Yeah, so, but I really think that the IDC employees really are needing their 40 hours back. And so I did talk with her. I said, well, run it by the attorney, Steve Gunn, and see what he says according to the ordinance. So you explained the ordinance here on that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraph down, where you said in the ordinance 2555, the final paragraph reads, be it further ordained that the Oglala Sioux Tribe staff funded by the indirect cost budget for the Oglala Sioux Tribe shall have their hours temporarily reduced until such funding limitations can be resolved. Through supplementing from the employee fee account, we would be resolving the funding limitations, but not affecting the IDC budget, which would not take council action. Hence, we are bringing the plan to Finance Committee. So did we run this by the attorney on that part?
I talked to Steve about it and he recommended coming to Finance Committee.
He felt, did he say that it didn't have to go to finance, I mean, back to council?
No, because we're not putting the money into IDC, we're just supplementing the budget.
Okay, that's what I guess, you know, I know we probably needed to hear that because I really believe that we need to put our employees back to at least 40 hours. And if we can do that, going by this, I think that's something that I think I could support that because a lot of them are calling. So I'm going to make that motion to approve. And according to the letter by the treasurer, and to, when would this start? Next pay period?
The numbers on the chart that Tony gave, it has the amount starting from pay period 17 when this started and how much it would cost to bring everyone forward. So if this started from there, we would be paying our employees 40 hours forward, and then we could pay them back the, 80 hours that they've lost so far. And you guys would get 40 hours.
But I'll make that motion. T?
Yes,
Okay.
it would be from the back pay to pay period 17, and then forward from here to the end of the year.
End of the year.
Yep.
Okay, so that'll be my motion to approve.
If we got a second and I have Norman, then Davey.
I think I'm a motion to table that.
Motion to throw Norman out.
Go ahead, Davey.
Back him. It was Norman.
Norman did it. So what, cause I turned in a timesheet for my better monitor this morning and it reflects the 32. So that adjustment will take, they will fix that upstairs rather than me.
Yeah.
I just want to get it clear because there's other people that might have did that too.
Yeah, Roseanne and Ariel went through and they did adjustments for everybody. That's how we came up with the numbers.
So I think this is a good plan that was brought forward. Can you do it just for us though? So they can line up outside for him. I think it's warranted. All right, there's a motion to approve and a second. And I just, you know what, first I want to say thank you to the treasurer for bringing the plan forward because it gives us an idea of expectation management and also it puts some ease at the minds of our IDC directors so that they know and are aware of what's going on. Brother vote.
Is this correct? Approving to retro pay IDC employees and continue with 80 hours beginning pay period 24 from the employee fee account. Well, let me put retro pay to pay period 17
Treasurer's report.
from the employee fee account per treasurer's report.
Also, if you want, she can, her staff can get the checks out to the employees starting tomorrow, or if you want it to.
But Roseanne and Ariel did all the figuring.
She's on top of it. Well, over it.
Except Norman.
Just exclude Norman in your motion.
Dave Kelly, Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bull Little White Man, Craig Dillon, Norman Standing Soldier,
For my people, yes.
Dave Puyer, Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston.
Ha,
7 yes, 1 not voting.
7 yes, 1 not voting, and we got the motion and a second. Oh, go ahead.
And talking to Cora outside, if those incentives that's being signed are not across the board, then we're gonna catch hell.
What?
Because in the personnel policies, it says across the board.
No, it doesn't.
Everybody's the same.
I had Georgette pull it up.
Okay, so what the policy says about the merit award, okay. Because again, it's not an entitlement, right? The merit award is not an entitlement. What the merit award specifically says is that it's that it has to be, and then it's at I'm trying to find the section. It's 24.5 D, and it says the monetary award amount, including the total amount of monetary merit awards for each program or department, must be part of an approved program, departmental, or tribal budget, and funds must be available at the time of the award distribution.
Right, so I think what confuses you guys believe that, or Davey think that they should all equally get 3,000? Because merit, if you need the definition of merit, we can pull that up.
But the problem was, there was, in the past, different ones were getting a low amount just because directors didn't get along with that staff. So that it was made so everybody gets the same. If they didn't get the same, then nobody should get it. That's right, because that's why I said, people are gonna come, you just watch, if you could start giving different amounts.
I believe, and there's a reporting process and a complaint process with that as well. Go ahead, Sonia.
you know, the real reason behind merit award was based on employee performance. But what was happening is that if some got low and some got a higher amount, then we heard from the people that were getting low. But sometimes to me, it's like a case by case issue. You know, maybe your supervisor didn't like you, so they gave you that rate. That's what some of them were saying. But some were getting higher amounts. So then the council said, well, you know, it's got to be fair across the board. Everybody's going to get that amount, whether or not, you know, your supervisor said this or that. So that's why this whole 7,500 came about last term. But when the comptroller met with us, the last one, Dean, he said that really affected the indirect cost. And so that's the reason why he said, we passed that ordinance, or was it the resolution, that it's gonna stay at 3,000. Merit award will be at 3,000, can't be at 7,500. But now we're hearing from programs that put 7,500 as their incentive in their budget. And I don't understand why they didn't get this action that the council had taken last administration. I don't know if Lynn could pull it, but it needs to probably go out to the directors or to the chief of staff. And matter of fact, that chief of staff needs to address it with the directors. And I know you're listening, directors. I just can't, I knew this was gonna come up in the finance meeting, that we're gonna have to deal with the incentive part. But in the past, it was always, 3,000. And people said, why did you give it across the board? Well, this is why. you're hearing from Mr. Puyer over here about why it gets like that. You know, some get something, some might get 2,000, and we gotta remember that these are taxable. So when they get it, they don't get that whole 3,000. It's less than that. So again, I think that you need to pull that resolution and that, or the ordinance that says that they all get 3,000.
Well,
Limit
and
3,000.
it's still in the policy manual. When you did the 7,500, it was a waiver of the policy manual. So it went automatically back to the 3,000 limit that's in the policy. And that was in the ordinance.
So I don't understand why they didn't address that with the directors. You know, because I remember that's what we passed. And Mr. Long, he should have been addressing that. I don't know if he's aware of it or not, but some of these directors are saying they budgeted in their program budget at 7,500 each. So we need to probably get a handle on this because some of them have done them, and I think they're waiting for us to approve them. Right?
No, we don't approve it. It's the chief of staff. Right. Hold on, I have Norman. And then, Georgette, I call on Norman, can you pull up what section?
So
Item number C.
it's pretty basic. Incentives are based on performance, budget, and the directors. All that. So our PR guy should be here, writing this down, sending out what he needs to, informing employees that it's their director that's going to give them the incentive, not us, not us. And we know that. So I think we should just back up and leave it in the hands of the director. And if the director's on shaky ground, he can go to the chief of staff and get guidance. But we should not take on that fight. Because if we do, we're going to end up 7,500 everybody and break the tribe. So let's just step back and let's allow the directors to do their job.
Go ahead, Treasurer.
According to the policy, it says
Section?
2188 ordinance. I don't know, it's on the monetary merit awards. It's section C. The monetary merit award amount for all employees who are to receive a monetary merit award within a program or department, including program directors, must be an equal amount. So it's in the policy.
Georgette, what section is that?
Oh, you know what? Thank you, Cora, for reminding me of that, because that's one of the things you guys had wanted deleted so that it could, let's see. Let me find it. Cora, can you cite that section again?
It's section C of where it discusses the monetary merit awards or merit awards.
Section C.
Section B says it can't exceed 3,000.
Okay.
And then section C says that they must be equal. That's the personnel policy.
Wow.
Yep, that's right. That it does say that it has to be an equal amount in the policy. That's one of the things you're asking to be changed,
Right.
but it hasn't been changed yet.
So there you go. If it's in their budget, then it's equal until we pass that PPP. No, you want to give it to everybody. Oh,
This does say within a program or department.
gonna be some employees that might
Yeah.
not be able to get 3,000.
Right.
You know, you might have, I hate to say it that way, but that's up to that director,
Mm-hmm.
supervisor to say whether or not he's gonna give you 3,000 or 750. That's up to him or her. But we can't just say everybody gets a 3,000. That's just like saying, how come you guys gave 7,500 last year to everybody? So that,
So that includes our charters. Good, so housing don't have to abide by this because that will rack their budget to zero. And the casino,
Okay. So the discussion is to allow for the directors to manage their merit if if they have it within their budget.
But
What
again,
section is that, Bridget?
the manual says, so the manual says 3,000, so at 24/5 monetary merit awards, like Cora said, B says that the cap is 3,000, so it must not exceed 3,000, so you can't do a higher monetary award than 3,000. And then C says the monetary merit award for employees who are to receive a monetary merit award within a program or department, including program directors, must be an equal amount. And that's C, and that's in 24-5.
It's in the current personnel policy and procedures. Okay. So that's section 25-4.
24-5.
24-5. Okay, so there we go. I think, does that answer your concern? Did it answer you? You want to give it out to everywhere. We got a motion. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned at 3:20.
Recording stopped.